Good morning, everyone. I will call the special Board of County Commissioner meeting to order. It is 10 o'clock and July 9th, 2024. We'll start with a salute to the flag, and I'd like our interim of Registrar of Voters to please lead us, Ms. Carrie Ann Burgess. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We'll now move into the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Mariluz Garcia.
Here.
Claire Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Our DA today, Nate Edwards.
Present.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into item number 3, public comment. Manager Brown.
Public comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments that are made to the commission as a whole and virtual public comment eligible when facilities are available.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
We have quite a few people signed in, so when I call the second name, please queue yourself up to be ready. First up, we have Drew Rebar, followed by Nick Martin.
Good morning, Drew Rebar for the record. So we're here about elections. Not quite sure why they've become so partisan. Little history lesson, the last 24 years for all of us. Al Gore, a Democrat, Supreme Court of the United States, election denier. Hillary Clinton, 2016, election denier. Bernie Sanders, 2020 primary, election denier. We've got people up here on the dais from the left side of the ideology to the right side of the ideology politically. Every ideology I just mentioned politically has denied elections and said there are problems. Right now we've got a man that's willing to pay for these counts, costing the taxpayers nothing. My simple request to all of you, the 5 of you, Commissioner Andriola, Hill, Garcia, Herman, Clark. Everybody that you've probably voted for at one time has denied the elections. Do you think that the public of Washoe County deserve, at no expense to them, transparency in their elections? That's all that we're asking for. That's all that the candidates are asking for. Me, I'm suing you to get to redo the primary. You left my name off the ballot. The law said that my name would appear on all ballots. It's a simple contract. I paid $100. I signed the contract. My name should have appeared on all ballots. For that simple reason, why don't we redo the elections? The 5 of you up there can vote to do this. If the elections are fair, if they're transparent, if all votes count, why would you be opposed to this? Unless something's wrong. Why would you deny the people of Washoe County integrity in their elections? This is a no-lose situation for you guys. Vote to redo the primary. Vote for the hand count. If there's a problem, you guys all politically can be winners. I didn't spend any tax dollars. Look, I opened up for the public to view, to see. Transparency. Because let me tell you, during that recount, there's a video coming. They were trying to hide stuff. They turned off the cameras. Thank you, Drew Rebar.
Nick Martin, followed by Paul White.
Good morning. Nick Martin, 45-year resident of Washoe County. You guys have seen me before. You're getting to know me. The debate recently was pretty shocking to everybody. To the people on the right that knew that Mr. Biden has some cognitive issues, we think we might have underestimated those cognitive issues. That was pretty evident. People on the left, oh my God, this is for real. We've been told by the mainstream media for 5 years now that he's sharp as a tack. He knows what he's doing. He's in there. He's vibrant. And we could see it with our own eyes what happened in that debate. So what is it, 10 days later? He has an interview with Stephanopoulos, and Stephanopoulos says, well, are you going to take a cognitive test? And he said, no, I don't need to. Just ask me. My cognition is fine. Just ask me, I'll tell you. That should be proof enough that I do my job. And I'm thinking, Joe, here's your shot. Take the cognitive test, prove to America that we're all wrong. What we saw wasn't what we saw. But we can't unsee that, okay? So it's out there. There's a real problem with the Democrats now trying to figure out what to do with him, okay? That's evident. So what I'm getting at is that if he has a shot to straighten it out and go, hey, no, I am cognitive fit, let me prove it to you with my test, cognitive test, why doesn't he do that? Well, we all know why he won't do it, he'd fail. So what I'm thinking is this hand count that Mr. Beatles and all of us are here pushing for you to do, here's your shot. Here's your shot to say, Mr. Beatles, we were right. That vote was correct. And this proves it. Now we've got this. But you won't do it. And we all know why. It's the same reason Joe Biden doesn't take the cognitive test. Because conservatives are being railroaded. We're being railroaded. Whenever there's a contentious issue, this place gets flooded with voters from Sacramento and elsewhere telling you guys how to help the homeless and to get rid of the election integrity bill, things like that. And we've had enough. The curtain's down. We know what's going on, okay? So that's my point. I think I made it. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Paul White, followed by Janet Butcher.
Your basic decision this morning is simple. Abundant evidence proves that the recent counting of ballots in the primary election, it was unarguably dishonest and corrupted and resulted in fraudulent outcomes. The only thing you can do to fulfill your oath of office today is to invalidate those results and immediately schedule a new election done solely with hand-counted paper ballots where all the election laws are followed with full transparency. This simple action on your part would bring closure to the years-long debate about a lack of integrity in our elections that's tearing our community apart. This simple action would guarantee honestly elected candidates in leadership positions and would immediately prove which side's been telling the truth, which side has been lying. But we wouldn't know until we do this. But I believe that how you vote in the election results this morning, it won't be determined by the feelings you have about it in your head, but by the God-affirming Judeo-Christian values you have or don't have in your hearts. The men who founded our nation 248 years ago, they were not all full-believing Christians by any means. But history records that they did all acknowledge that the best implementation of human laws occurs when decisions are based on the acceptance of biblical principles of justice, honesty, righteousness, and a divinely influenced expression of personal integrity and character. Increasingly, our political leaders at all levels have become godless and amoral. More and more, they believe in nothing but self-interest and base their decisions solely on what will gain them votes, rather than on what is right and true and honest in the eyes of God. Your votes today will show far more than simply how you feel about the illegalities of this recent election. How you each vote will reveal the values that are in each of your individual hearts. And the way that each one of us responds to your decision today will also reveal the values that are absent or present in our hearts as well.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Robert Beatles.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments verbatim into the minutes. Truth does not mind being questioned. A lie does not like being challenged. Not necessarily saying lying, but obviously there's a reason why we're not doing a hand count. I wore my little pins today for the hands. When I was here last time for the certification, I brought up the fact that my register of voters in Washoe County was not updated, even on the 21st. How many days? 10 days after the election, it was not updated. Yes, granted, somebody pointed out, very nicely, I'm glad they had the time, to point out that there was something registered as far as exactly what time I voted. But that was at the local library level. That was not the register of voters. If someone who voted early, if on the day of election, their information was updated, why wasn't my information updated 10, 12, 15 days afterwards? Secretary of State didn't have it registered. How do I truly trust that it ever really, truly got updated? That's a question. So if we do a hand count, it just verifies that the register of voters is correct. There's nothing wrong with questioning whether we are or aren't. And I'm glad that Drew Rebar brought up the fact that his name was left off. That's wrong. Why do we continually have errors? Every single election, there's an error. Never right. People get ballots that don't live here anymore. People get ballots they've been dead for 15 years. It's all wrong. I really think Washoe County can do much better than this. We talk about transparency, but yet we don't want to really be transparent. You all have the opportunity to finally step forward and be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Beatles, followed by Val White. Yeah, thank you. I'll distribute documents.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all my documents and comments in the permanent record. Last time you guys were here, it was to certify an election, and you guys were given some horrible legal advice. The county said that you had to certify the election canvass, when what was required of you was actually just to meet and to vote on the certification with a yes or a no, not a yes just to accept it. When you know that there's issues and you still certify them, you become liable, which brings us to today. I've given you two reports. One is from one of the most sophisticated artificial intelligence networks in the world. One is from one of the top mathematicians in the world, based solely on what three of you and the ROV certified under penalty of perjury is true and correct. It's your cast vote records for the 2024 primary. The cast vote records are basically just a spreadsheet that shows how many people voted, by what method, and in what precincts. It's literally just a spreadsheet. It's not difficult to read. And you know what happened when the AI supercomputer and the top mathematician analyzed your cast vote records? They found that the chances of the Washoe County 2024 primary election being legitimate is about the same odds as picking out one atom. We're talking about an atom in 100 quadrillion glasses of water, meaning that our 2024 election was rigged. It was fraudulent, meaning it's a 13.4 sigma event. This is impossible. It does not happen. Just read the reports. This is your data, simply analyzed like a spreadsheet, and it shows completely impossible to be fair election results. You may ask, why didn't the recount show this? Well, it's simple. The ROV used the same ballots with the same machines to give us the same results. It wasn't done by hand as demanded and paid for by the candidates in the Franklin Project. It wasn't done as the 3 lawsuits, the 3 injunctions, and the 3 temporary restraining orders demanded. This is our county, folks. This is serious. Our elections have been hijacked by someone or something, and it's all right there in your own data. Just investigate it. It's 100% proof that you can't certify this recount. You're actually going to be an accessory to the crime at a minimum now that you know and that data and evidence is right in front of you. We need a non-stakeholder. We need an independent investigator that must immediately investigate what you have right in front of you. They'll quickly verify that what we show you is true. You can't certify this recount. Simply give the reports in your cast vote record simply to 2 UNR math professionals, and they're going to verify what we show you right there in a matter of minutes. It's simple. A new election is required. We, the people, are entitled to a legitimate election where all of our legal votes and voices are counted legitimately. Again, you're duty-bound to investigate this, all of you, including the DA's office. You cannot legally certify this recount or election. So do your job. Don't certify the fraud. Immediately investigate and call for a new election. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Val White. Val White, followed by Donald Fossum.
%1,000% agree with Mr. Beatles. On a recent tour of the Registrar of Voters' office with Ms. Burgess leading the tour, she verbatim stated that no thumb drives would be used in the department until election night. Was this a true statement? No. I and several other observers during the entire election and recount process saw multiple thumb drives being used. Now, you don't have to be a brilliant techie to understand that bad stuff can happen when hardware that's not supposed to be entered into a cyber-secure environment is entered. We can't see what's in the thumb drives. No matter what you tell us, we can't see it. That's the whole problem with machines. So that was a lie of commission. She intentionally told a lie. I also asked Ms. Burgess how we can know that the cabling among the hardware components in the cyber-secure environment was truly cyber-secure. You're just going to have to trust me. No way. Why in the world would we trust that department? That was a lie of omission, just not telling the whole truth, not letting us see the cabling. Phones in the processing room, were they supposed to be in there? Ms. Burgess said plainly, no phones will be in here except my phone. There's a sign on the wall. It gives in the cage area that says no phones. If you need to take a phone call, tell your supervisor and leave the room. How many people did we see using phones in that room? Multiple times. Now you might think, what's the big deal? It's a phone call. Well, it's a device that can operate in Wi-Fi. It's a device that holds storage. There's all kinds of stuff that can happen with hardware components that can do that. So that was the third lie, a lie of commission. So 1, 2, 3, easy, easy. Lies, lies, lies. So you tell me, why would we trust her? Why would we trust the department that she leads? Why would we trust you, who hired her and who supervise her? We shouldn't. This 1001 East 9th Street is nothing but a place and a home of lies.
Donald Fossum, followed by Bill Miller.
Good morning. I'm happy to say that I'm here as a fact and in the knowledge of what goes on at Operation Sunlight, a wonderful publication created by Robert Beatles for which we all get a much better understanding of what really happened. I'm going to challenge you by saying we know more about what happened than you do. Knowledge is power, and I'm going to strongly encourage you to be brave, bold enough, and compassionate enough to start following. Oops. So what I would encourage you to do is what I benefited from. Read up through Operation Sunlight to fully understand what's going on here. Not only will you get the right information about what went down, you find out what to do about it, you find out who's involved in it, and if they'd made some cute caricatures about you, hallelujah. I wish I was important enough for them to make one about me.
Thank you.
Bill Miller, followed by Renee Resentis.
Good morning, Chair Hill, commissioners, staff, and fellow citizens. I'm Bill Miller, once again here in support of our hardworking, dedicated, and patriotic poll volunteers, workers, supervisors against a deliberate onslaught of hateful, even threatening election conspiracy theories. I remember as a child of 8 or 10 going with my mother when she voted and being impressed with the kindly, patient, really, really old people at the registration table running the operation. Their gentle kindness and helpful intent to everyone made a lasting impression on me, even as a child. I could tell they were serving a purpose greater than themselves and even their community. They were serving the ideals of American democracy, that every vote matters, every vote counts. Now I've joined their ranks myself, now a really, really old person, standing here before you, lifting up their tradition of belief in America and in the integrity and decency of those who serve its institutions. To attack that for reasons based on very little evidence, conspiracy theories, notions, is to attack the foundations of democracy itself. That doesn't mean you won't make mistakes, but mistakes do not lend themselves to personal attacks about your integrity, the integrity of the administrators, workers, volunteers, or the integrity of the system itself. This needs to stop, and it needs to stop here. There is no evidence of widespread election fraud because there is none. Also, the vast conspiracies of fraud these folks proclaim have no evidence either, although curiously, these same theories are proclaimed nearly verbatim in virtually every town, county, and state in the country. Now that sure looks conspiratorial to me, a conspiracy to tear down trust in America and trust in each other. Our dedicated election officials, poll workers, and volunteers are serving selflessly and honestly. They always have, and by the grace of informed electorate, they always will. So I urge you to stand up for the actual integrity of these workers and to accept the results of this unnecessary recount. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Resentis, followed by Joni Hammond.
Renee Resentis. Okay. I chose not to be an observer this year because of how badly I was treated a couple of years ago when I was an observer. And I'm really appalled and offended that Deputy Woloshyn, he told me that he would make sure the observers had the same protections as the workers. And I challenged him at a legislative session a couple years ago. He followed up with me and he told me there would be verbiage to protect us also. He did not follow through with that. So the workers are allotted $150,000 to bring a case against us if they feel that we've harassed them. Nothing was given to the observers. Why is that? Why aren't we treated equally? Why didn't they listen to me when I shared with them how I was treated, when they wouldn't even let the security guard walk me out after dark, 10:30 at night, but he walked everybody else out? No, this was a very, very unfair election back then. I saw them do things as I was an observer that was not kosher. A bag of ballots sitting in the hallway with no one attending it. Heather Carmen, when I challenged her what was in a bag that was illegally brought in, and she turned it upside down, opened it up, and out came ballots. Out came the tags that go on the chain of custody tags, and which were taken off the bags before they entered into the processing center. So there were, this is just a few things. There are a lot of things. And so anyway, I want to submit impossible to certify. We must have a new election. Here's why. This is the document from Beatles on Operation Sunlight. I have printed it out except for a few pages that were blank, and I want to submit this for the record, but I would like all of you to read it, to be fair about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joni Hammond, followed by Ronnie James.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Joni Hammond. Please vote no today and do a hand recount. A hand recount is a more reliable method compared to a machine recount. Number one, accuracy and transparency. Hand counts allow for a transparent process where every ballot is physically reviewed by a team of counters. This will build public trust as observers can witness the process, ensuring that every vote is accurately counted. Number two, detection of machine errors. Machines can malfunction or misread ballots due to technical glitches, and we've all heard about glitches, or calibration issues. Hand counts eliminate the possibility of errors affecting the outcome. Number three, understanding voter intent. Human counters better interpret voter intent on the ballots where markings might be unclear or stray from the machine-readable standards. This ensures that votes are not discarded due to technicalities. Number four, independent verification. A hand count serves as an independent verification of the machine count, providing an additional layer of assurance that the results are correct. Number five, accountability. In a hand recount, the chain of custody of ballots is strictly controlled and documented, ensuring accountability at every step of the process. While a hand count can take more time and take more labor, the increased accuracy and transparency it offers is crucial in close or contested elections. Please vote no, then do a recount by hand.
Thank you.
Ronnie James, followed by Troy Regas. Ronnie James.
I'm here on behalf of my motorcycle club, the Branded Few. The Branded Few denounces any type of hate, including any form of religious hate or racist hate. We specifically denounce any form of Semitism, anti-Semitism. Our club was formed in 1968 by a diverse group of men, including a current member, Ronnie James, is known as Indian. He is a Native American. The symbol used in our patch is called a bent cross, and its meaning is the 4 L's, representing luck, light, love, and life, with the bird being a symbol of strength and freedom. The bent cross symbol was even used by a Native American grandmother, by a founding member Indian, in her basket weaving. The original meaning of luck, light, love, and life. Our club is not a hate group. We have celebrated the diversity of our club throughout the years with members which have included African American, Native American, Jewish members. We have never been accused of or convicted of being a hate group. The Branded Few always has been a club that actively helped less fortunate. We have hosted the toy run in Carson City for 39 years, providing toys for children of all races, religious backgrounds, native reservations, large portion of these less fortunate. The bent cross has been used through history in many forms of design, including buildings, historical art, long before it was modified and used as a symbol of hate. It has never represented a symbol of hate for our club.
Thank you.
Troy Regas, followed by James Bentham.
Good morning, I'm Troy Regas from District 3. You puzzle me. A person was seen wearing what looked similar to a swastika, so certain commissioners called for $10,000 to be rescinded from the Reno Toy Run, which has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars a year during Christmas. No investigation, so let's just start tarnish this nonprofit because of a photo of a person's vest who wasn't even interviewed about the actual symbol or organization, unequivocally denounces any form of hate, including anti-Semitism. So I did a little homework to see if making decisions with doing your homework was normal in this chamber. I learned, but not as expected. Let's go back to May 28, 24. You voted to give a grant, Denton Karma Box, over $1 million. This vote occurred during the same hearing where multiple women bravely came forward, alleging he used his power to take sexual advantage of vulnerable women in locations you paid for. Despite these horrific accusations, you turned more than $1 million to Mr. Denton's nonprofit. Let me be clear. Mr. Denton absolutely deserves a presumption of innocence and a full investigation. Your logic, the money was not technically going to him, it was going to his nonprofit that our vulnerable relied upon. You tried to defame our toy run and all the good it does for our vulnerable because you once again refused to allow due process to occur. This is very definition of hypocrisy. May 28, 24, and I quote, Commissioner Garcia, "What a curveball. I want to be sensitive to the women's voice, but I don't want to lose sight of the work that is being done and the large picture. Despite what said by the women, we want our nonprofit operators to carry the torch because the county can't do it all. Commissioner Andriola, like Denton's attorney, Mr. Marriott, said the investigation would go against the individual and not the organization. And finally, Commissioner Hill's response to Commissioner Clark, asking to split up the agenda items so each entity could be voted on separately. We're just trying to treat all these organizations with the same lump them all together. Haven't you treated our nonprofit the same as Mr. Denton's? Your hypocrisy is absolutely disgusting, and your personal agenda is a disgrace to me and to the movement. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Bentham, followed by Gail Townsend. He does have documents. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is James M. Bentham. I want my statements placed in the permanent record per NRS. I am a longtime resident of Washoe County, a taxpayer, and a voter. I have just witnessed what I believe is a fraudulent election. Do I trust the election and the recount? No. It's easy to say that we have had an honest election. He said. I said. I believe the election must be redone. Voters cannot have any faith in this past primary. Facts do not lie. You must not convict anyone on the testimony of only one witness. The facts of the case must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. Today, I will present 2 reasons why this primary has been compromised and needs to be redone. Max Landis has said, "What's special about Superman is that he will always make the right choice." What will your choice be today? I believe that many of us are tired of hearing from the uniparty, trained donkeys and trained elephants. On the page that you've got, a third of the way down, NRS 281A 420 requires public officers to disclose any conflicts of interest and abstain from voting on matters where they have a significant financial interest, such as wages, retirement, voting on million-dollar contracts. That is one reason for my skepticism. 3 candidates paid $50,000 to have a hand count. This was denied them. A contract was broken, and I believe the law was broken. Where is law enforcement when you need them? And a little later, I'll talk about a formula that a smart man has for it.
Thank you.
Gail Townsend, followed by Allison Ford.
Hello, my name is Gail Townsend, and I'm here to urge you to accept the results of the recount. I've been a voter in Washoe County for over 50 years. I check my record with the Secretary of State and the Registrar of Voters, and it always seems to indicate that, yes, I voted in the way I voted. The Secretary of State's office goes back to 2000 for me. It goes back into the 1990s for my husband, and we never see a problem. It confuses me that the only people who see problems are the ones who are protesting the results of the election. I think we're all getting kind of tired of having to come here and support our elected officials, and that, I think other people have said it more eloquently than I, so I won't take all my 3 minutes. But I do urge you to accept the results of this recount. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Allison Ford, followed by Kelly Stevens.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. Last time I was here, I went into some detail about why hand-counted ballots actually produce more evidence than machine tabulations do. I'm not going to regurgitate that evidence now. It's in the record from last time. I will simply note two things. First of all, we were talking about the law. Well, let's talk about the law. Nevada Revised Statute 293, which covers elections, says county commissioners shall certify the vote total. Not may or should, shall. In fact, county commissioners, as attorneys have said, don't have the power not to approve the totals. It's not a discretionary act. So I am here to urge you to do the job that we have elected you to do and certify the vote. But I'm going to add one more quick thing, because Carrie Ann Burgess and you all today have been accused basically of being liars, of not having integrity, and been questioned why we should trust your certification and by extension, your service to the public. I would turn that around. Why would we trust evidence from those who are, as was mentioned, election deniers? I personally do not. I haven't seen any of this evidence, and I would very much like to see the details of it before I trust it, since they have not produced any evidence that any errors that potentially did occur have affected the vote total. I urge you to certify the vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Stevens, followed by Pam Nutshell.
Good morning, everybody. Well, Allison and Bill, I appreciate your comments, but I think you guys need to take a lap, because clearly there's been evidence given to you all that there has been election fraud that has taken place. And the original canvass should have never been certified. You did lean into bad advice from a DA, and that's unfortunate. Here's another reason why you can't certify this. Carrie Ann Burgess stood in front of you all and requested $500,000 for a sorter from Blue Crest. Blue Crest directly connects to Dominion, which directly connects to Serbia. How can you all tell us that these elections are free and fair and support democracy? They don't. You lean into advice from a DA who walked around the ROV with a guy by the name of Riley Sutton. You know who Riley Sutton is. Y'all know who Riley Sutton is. You know what you did? You planted a guy who worked on Obama's campaign and your campaign to set up a live stream of a GoPro back in the ROV to harass private citizens wanting to observe free and fair elections. You guys did that. You want to talk about a conflict of interest? Riley Sutton is also on Washoe County payroll. Can't make this up, folks. You guys, here's the other thing Riley Sutton did. He worked on Garcia's campaign, Alexis Hill's campaign, Beth Smith's campaign, and guess who supported Beth Smith? And you, Andriola. A guy by the name of Pablo Duran, who sports porn all over his public Twitter page, who was mysteriously promoted to a full-time teaching position after he got up and spoke and sang your graces. How incestuous is this? That's rhetorical, by the way. I'll save that for later, but I'm just telling y'all, this is egregious. And month after month, you all sit up here and you listen to people, your constituents, speak against this, and you ignore people repeatedly. How do you think you're gonna get out of this unscathed? You're mounting a massive, massive lawsuit. And you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna get sued, and it's gonna have to settle out of court, and guess who pays for it? Us.
Pam Nutshell, followed by Terry Graff.
Hi, I'm Dr. Pamela Nettishell, One request is that if you could hold one of these meetings in the evening so people who are working normally could come. My husband's a physician and my sister's a teacher, and we usually can't come to these. But I just want to remind you all that you represent the citizens. And if there's any question of fraud, then I think it is your duty to prove to us that there was no fraud. It's, if everyone out here is so confident that these elections are true, then prove it. It will get rid of the conspiracy theories. It will prove to us, the citizens who have a lot of questions throughout the years in our own involvement, it will prove to us that we're wrong and that the elections are not fraudulent. And to me, if you don't agree to prove with a hand count that the elections are true, then you promote fraud. And then I worry about that as a citizen. In Georgia, they had a court case where a University of Michigan professor named Alex Halderman came into the court. They brought in a Dominion voting machine, and right in front of the judge, he was able to change the outcome of the mock election between Benedict Arnold and George Washington. He changed it right in front of them very easily within a few minutes. So we know these machines can be altered. So we need to go back to the original voting machines we can all trust. And if anyone argues against that, to me, then they're for fraud. Thank you.
Terry Graff, followed by Marcia Burke-Bigler.
Good morning, you all. I originally was going to say something, so I completely changed it, so excuse me if I get a little convoluted here. First thing is, you, I think, are in charge of what happens in Washoe County, right? The rules, the laws, and the enforcement. One thing that I've noticed, I've lived in here now for 15 years, escaped California, wish I'd done it sooner, and I notice lots of California license plates. And I am aware through friends, many of these cars have been on our streets using up our asphalt for years with their California license plates. So I would like to see that somehow the people that have moved here and take advantage of a no tax state, which so many do, that they would also have to register their cars and pay their taxes to run on our roads. So that's number one. Next thing, I have been an observer in 2020 election and a poll worker in the latest election. As an observer, I saw problems. It was brought to the attention of the then manager. It was sort of fixed, not completely. Then as a poll worker in this latest one, it was discovered that two people that came through our site through our site, two people voted twice. And so I'm concerned about the legality of our elections, if that's possible. Fortunately, it was discovered, but how many are not discovered? So that's it. The next thing is, I lived in Chile for a number of years, where they have a population of 17 million. They do paper ballots. They have they have like 10 parties, so it's not just 3 parties or 4 parties. People vote, and by the next morning they have the results because they are hand counted. And in a few little counties, there were some issues, and they had a recount of the paper vote, and they proved to people what had happened in the election. That was back in 1973. So my comment to you all is, we trust you, we voted for you, we ask you to be good citizens, to honor the rules, to follow them, and not be afraid of the truth, not be afraid to have a recount by hand, and just like many people have said, if it was a good election, it'll be proven. If it wasn't a good election, we need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia Burke Bigler, followed by Jennifer Willett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Mr. District Attorney. Nice to see all of you this morning. I'm here today not because I'm an election denier. And frankly, I didn't expect a change in the outcome of the recount, if you will. I didn't expect a change. I never do expect a change in those things. However, here's why I am here. Oh, let me also remind you that a lot of people are talking about paper ballots, but those of us who've been around here a while will remember that in the 90s we had our own little Washoe County hanging Chad problem. So there are problems with paper ballots also, and that makes it incumbent upon the people who are doing these elections to be above suspicion and above question. And I think that's what most of these people here are saying to you today. I guess I don't understand why you oppose a hand count. You've admitted that someone else is paying the bill, so it's not coming out of taxpayer dollars. The ROV is now fully staffed, which is a good thing. We are very supportive of a fully staffed ROV. It's not that the seats are probably, there are 3 seats that they're asking for a hand recount on. So it's probably less than 10,000 votes total that will have to be hand counted. How much time can that take? There's not really any law that says you can't do this. And the citizens are asking for it. And that's really the question here. If in fact the election was a fair election, and I'm not an election denier, I didn't even deny it when I lost. So if in fact this election was a fair election, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain by counting these by hand. Do something for the citizens and not against the citizens, because that's what they're asking you to do. They just want to feel like they can trust their government again. So I ask you to please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Willett, followed by Marie Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Willett, and I'm the Senior Campaign Manager at All Voting is Local Action Nevada, an organization that advocates for policies and legislative priorities that expand voter access. And I'm here to encourage the County Commission to certify the recount. The system works. Candidates requested recounts of their races, and the Register of Voters was required to count the same way the election was conducted per the NRS. The recounts were diligently carried out over the weekend, and the initial results were confirmed. As such, county commissioners are legally obligated to certify the results and complete the election process. The certification of election results is not discretionary. It is mandatory, and the refusal to do so intentionally plants seeds of doubt in our election systems. The law provides no basis for voting against certification, and there is never a reason not to certify. The County Commission must recognize voters' choices. Due to the dedication of the Register of Voters, staff, and election workers, we had a June primary where everyone's vote was protected. So I urge you to certify the election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marie Rodriguez, followed by Wes Hall.
Good morning, Marie Rodriguez for the record. Things were said about ballots not getting where they need to go or getting lost. That doesn't prevent people from voting. I had a friend from Texas live with us briefly and a couple of months, and her ballot has shown up at my house for the last 2 years. But when I call her to tell her, hey, your ballot's here, she's like, oh, it's okay, I already voted. It doesn't prevent you from voting. We know when election day is, we can go out and vote. We don't need to have our ballot with us. Somebody mentioned about their name not getting on the ballot, but from what I understand, that name was on the ballot. It just wasn't on the sample ballot, which, truth be told, I didn't even open my sample ballot. I know how to vote, and I know how to use my ballot. So that name was an option to be voted for. A lot of talk has come up about statistic and what's on the internet and AI, and we're a country that's going forward with technology at a very rapid pace. I don't think anybody going to the bank who's making a large withdrawal would want the banker to count out the money by hand. So why are we wanting to count ballots by hand? There's always room for human error when things are done manually, and these machines are made exactly for what they do. And I think that's kind of going backwards instead of forwards. I also am kind of glad that the media is here. A lot of people have claimed facts, have claimed research, have claimed that they've researched things and found out things. I hope that the media does their due diligence to check into these facts for themselves from reliable resources instead of just a person who's quoting them. And I do have a bit of a concern because I did see a news story last month, and one of the speakers that was here earlier did say that he made it perfectly clear that he is here to get board members in Washoe County to quit and to step down. That's the agenda that that person has. I just am here to say that you guys have our support. I trust the election process that we've had in this country for hundreds of years. I trust the results that we had in the primary and in the recount. So I ask that these be certified today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Wes Hall, followed by Wayne Cates.
Well, you all certainly have a lot to listen to and pay attention to. Thank you all for hearing us. My name is Wes Hall. I'm a surgeon here in town. I've lived here for all my life. My grandpa moved here in 1942. He was a surgeon. My dad was a surgeon. I've been here a while. I know a bunch of y'all are the same way. Lived here a long time. I just found out about this the other day. I know that a lot of people are here because they have questions about the integrity of our voting. I don't think I would have been here. I had to take time out from my day. I make my living being in my office, seeing the patients. I had to take time to come down here. It's not like, oh, hey, we've got all this time to come and bitch at y'all. There are a lot of folks here who are worried about the election. I know you all are as well. You want to make sure that it's done properly. I understand there are problems with the paper ballots, but I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I got so many damn passwords on a computer, I can't make a computer work. And I'm not going to tell you I'm stupid. My wife might tell you I'm stupid, but I'm not sure that I trust a computer more than I trust the hand-counted ballots. My understanding that part of the problem here is there's somebody who has said they'll fund the recount. I don't know about y'all, but when I pay my taxes, I want my taxes to be used worthwhile. And I don't want to waste money on a recount that doesn't mean anything. But if somebody else is willing to pay for it, that I don't understand. Now, why would somebody want to put their own money out when they know they might lose their good money? I would argue that not doing a hand recount smacks of fraud. I have no idea about the primary, who should have won and who shouldn't have won. What I do know is there are a bunch of people out here, and I took time out of my day to come down here. I know a lot of people who are at work today who don't even know about this. I would say there's something desperately wrong if someone else is willing to pay for the recount. I would take that into account. Thank you all very much for your service.
Thank you.
Wayne Cates, followed by Maxine Bradshaw.
Hi, my name is Wayne Cates. I've lived in the Reno area, Washoe County, for pretty much all of my 59 years. I'm a veteran, and I'm shocked at the last 4 to 6 years what's happened to this state and this country. Read that. That's Statista. Keeps track of all registered voters in the states, in the country, on an annual basis. 2020, there were 168 million registered voters. How many voted? How many voted? Biden, 81. Trump, 74. Independents, 4. That's 159 million votes. That's 95% of all registered voters. Nevada was one of those states that took part in that major fraud, and it hasn't stopped. So you all better think about what you're doing now, because this is not going to stop here. It's going to be realized. Think about it.
Maxine Bradshaw, followed by Betty Thiessen.
Hello, my name is Maxine Bradshaw. I live in Carson City, where I've spent most of my 58 years in Nevada, so the people of Washoe County have been my neighbors for a very long time. Being the second largest populated county in Nevada, Washoe County is a place where the future of all Nevadans may be made or broken. We are all living through a time and events that I don't believe anyone could ever have imagined would happen to any of us. The most critical time in the history of our nation are people struggling to survive, just can't even make it. The decay and the destruction and devastation surrounding us all it's enormous. It creates a sense of despair, hopelessness, anguish, everything going on. And fear has touched every single life. And a lot of people here on the board, I think, are afraid. I think maybe you're afraid to come forward, maybe afraid to change the direction you're going in, because sometimes we follow the same path for too long, not because it's the right path, but because it's comfortably familiar. You'll know when you're on the wrong path when it creates chaos, confusion, bitterness, anger, and all of these other uncertainties and negative results. And that's kind of what we're seeing, and that's why we're here. That's what we're looking at. And we've been talking to you for a really long time about this. The good news is there is a way out. But understand it's the only way out, and that's God himself. We cannot turn our backs on God in any of this. He is the number one who knows it all and sees what's happening. But he's the only one who has the power to turn everyone on the right path. And it's not something you should be afraid of, but he can't help you if you don't ask him. So the truest, most perfect vision is, it's not what we see with our eyes, but it's what we see with our hearts, and that's up to you in what you do and think and feel. It's not, there isn't one person in this room that's not changed paths at one time or another to move forward in a more positive, toward a more positive outcome. And that can happen by any of you. So this is what you need to look at and do. Please understand this. You're the second largest populated county in Nevada. You as each individual vote. Now, your individual votes, not as a group. You as in each individual vote of the Washoe County Commissioners, you have the power to change the course of this entire state because of the large populace in this county alone. So I really urge that you please stand up with the people and the citizens of this county and vote no on certifying this recount. Have another paper ballot election for the people of this county. Just do the right thing. God, he loves you, he wants to help you, but you've got to ask for help and you have to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Betty Thiessen, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Hi, Betty Thiessen, for the record. I'm a resident of Washoe County for the last 55 years. I voted since I was 21, because that's when we could register at that time. And I have never seen an election so bad. In the last 4 years, we've had nothing but turmoil and fraud. I've been an observer, I've been a poll worker, I've caucused, I've canvassed, and I've seen so much fraud and illegal things going on. I worked in the fish tank last year to observe. I was looking at my phone. The security guard came through and said, "You can't use your phone," so I put it away. I was just looking at it because I live way out of town. I wanted to see if anybody had messaged me. Jamie Rodriguez came and told me she would be kicking me out of there if she saw me on my phone again. Not even 10 minutes later, I see several people on the floor on their phones. So when I get ready to go home, I call my husband. My phone won't work. It's totally dead until I got about 10 miles from my home, which I'm 40 miles away. That's wrong. They've hacked my phone. I don't care what anybody says. I know they did it. because it came back on when I got home. So I'm asking all of you to, let's have some transparency and have a paper ballot election with a hand recount. We can have it and you can do it. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Washoe County Commission, Mr. Manager, Mr. District Attorney. Thought it was going to be Mary Canderas. Madam Clerk, for the record, Cindy Martinez. I'm a 30-year resident of Washoe County. On March 22nd, 2022, I stood in this chamber as a newly elected Vice Chair of the Washoe County GOP and delivered public comment regarding Commissioner Herman's election resolution. At that time, I arrived at the realization and acceptance that election statutes could only be changed in the Nevada legislature. That was the beginning of 20 days of a cascading sequence of events that motivated me to resign my elected position as vice chair because I could see where the well-intentioned but misguided attempt to compel the county commissioners to change election process by this governing body was headed. I researched and educated myself on election law and regulations, and I discussed these matters with relevant administrators. In 2023, I supported this commission in retaining the elections group to examine Washoe's antiquated systems and processes and make appropriate recommendations to update them. I supported this commission's appointment of ROV Carrie Ann Burgess to manage the ROV office, and in brief, I am satisfied and confident with the work accomplished, the staff she assembled, and the integrity of the operations of this ROV. I supported the certification of the 2024 primary election, and I respectfully request members of this commission, within the statutory and regulatory framework for which you are responsible to administer, to certify this recount. If any commissioner on this day determines it is appropriate in their analysis to not certify this recount, I respectfully demand under the First Amendment in redress of my grievance that said commissioners substantiate their objection and their vote to subvert the will of the electorate and provide concrete citations to alleged apparent violations of NRS, NAC, County Code, SOS guidelines, and federal law. Failure to substantiate an adverse vote to potentially disenfranchise me and other Washoe County citizens is an abject dereliction of duty, and you may be called to account for your failures. I request the certification of this recount of the Washoe County School District G and County Commission District 4 race. It is unfortunate we will never know the recount and results of Miss Lily Barron's race. To ROV Burgess staff, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, and all Washoe County employees who worked and supported these election processes, I and the citizens with whom I work and discuss these matters are eternally grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Buddy Miller.
Greetings, Board. My name is Cliff Nellis, 49-year resident of Washoe County. Raised my children were born here, raised here. I'm very concerned about our election process, and I do not have trust in it. That's the point here. We do not trust this untransparent, hidden process. We can't see what's going on back there. We can't see what's going on inside of machines. We used to, thanks elections group for really screwing up our election. You cost you how much? $600,000 to have these wacko George Soros guys come in and just mess things all up. They put the signature on the outside of the envelope. It used to be under a flap, and they'd cut it off, and then they'd lift it up, and then it was a real person was checking the signature. Now they eliminated that, and it's a machine, so we can't even see what's going on in there. That's called increasing transparency, right? And there's so many problems. They didn't scan the ballots. So all we're asking is this, is that, okay, we know that there's paper ballots that the people who turned in or mailed their ballots. It's real. It's tangible. And the people who voted on the machines, they got the tape. And I'm pretty sure that's accurate, because they could have checked it and saw it was, hey, you gave the wrong guy, you know. But you know, like I said before, it's fraud when you give people the assurance that this is evidence, and it's not. It's never used. So we're asking you to use the paper ballots, the tapes, and have real people just check them and verify it. And I really don't think there's any real anomalies. For sure, I'm not sure about it. Now, we have some guys that say, yeah, there's anomalies, problems. And some people say, no, they just ran a good campaign and we split our vote. The thing is if you guys will just kind of look at these paper ballots and have a real hand count, it might give the people of this county confidence in our election system. And it's really strange. Like, only of the three judges, the only one that got the hand recount was Lily Barron, and she's a Democrat. We have a cultural divide between atheist socialist utopians and the people that are God-fearing people in this community, and there's going to be never any getting together between us and them back there. And then we have some traitors, too. But we just, if you guys can just do that for us, it will restore confidence. And you can do it. The judge won't order it. He gave that gal, she was harassed by the left and put in fear. That's why she pulled her request. Yeah. So please do the right thing for us. Thank you very much.
Buddy Miller, followed by Susan Van Ness.
Commissioners, good morning. My name's Buddy Miller. I'm a registered voter here in Washoe County, and I observed part of the recount on Sunday, and I'll tell you, nothing untoward, and I mean nothing, happened during this recount. Members of the board must concede this fact. The law clearly states that a recount must be done in the same manner as the original count. The registrar conducted the recount in the manner legally required and done historically in this and other counties, accepting, of course, new and better tabulating procedures and equipment. The registrar discovered voting errors, a single vote in one race and another vote in the other race, and the registrar submitted the revised results to this board. The losing candidates have not shown there were errors in the recount, but instead have shifted their arguments. Here, and in the lawsuits now pending in the local district court, they interpret that the recount requires ballots and VVPATs must be hand tabulated. Tell me, why hasn't the legislature changed the law to expressly require that, given that the legislators have known for a very long time how recounts have been done in the past, but the courts now, including the Supreme Court, will make some kind of determination on this matter. There's another argument that the supporters make of the supporters of the losing candidates. They now contend that the ChatGPT shows that the ballot results were manipulated. Not surprisingly, the losing candidates have not made the ChatGPT results a part of their pending lawsuits. Look, I don't have a background in artificial intelligence, but as an attorney, we're required to attend continuing education classes, and lawyers are warned not to trust artificial intelligence, not to trust ChatGPT. The industry notes that ChatGPT has what's called hallucinations, which are plausible sounding but incorrect or nonsensical answers. Lawyers have been fined, lawyers have been disciplined for citing in their briefs case law that artificial intelligence has just made up. Interestingly, Operation Sunlight's ChatGPT was presented to Elko County commissioners, and those commissioners said, we don't like ChatGPT. So therefore, I would ask the commission to approve the request to certify this vote.
Thank you.
Susan Van Ness, followed by Sherry Powell.
Susan Van Ness. I'm from the North Valleys. I ask the Lord to be here with me with the Holy Spirit. From him I get my right to speak, a false balance, is an abomination to the Lord. But, oh, just wait is his delight. Now I'm putting up here, this has been done before. But Michael Mulroney was brought back again for this last one. Michael Mulroney, and I have other ones where he sticks in the thumb drives. He's got a whole, it's been proven, a whole computer on there. He can go in, change at the tabulators. There he is. He does this over and over and over throughout the elections, and he was brought back in for this 2024. I'm going to tell you something about it's kind of dark, the North Valley's caucus. These people turned out, even though we were only given 2.5 hours. We should have had the full day. We lost 500 people. These people lined up, stood there, and waited for us. And I'm going to tell you something. We're still in contact with all these, and we're still in contact with the independent voters. All these young voters who are going to vote for Trump, they have come to us and they said, why did we vote in the PPP? Was it a glitch? Why is our name on there as voting? The whole North Valleys has lost confidence in everybody but our commissioner and Mike Clark, Commissioner Clark. They are going to come forward now. They are pissed. These are independent voters who want to trust the system. And they're saying, by golly, we're voting for Trump, and we better see the count there in the next one. Now, what we're going to do with this, we're going to put it on a big screen, and we're going to have a big barbecue. And we're going to have every one of your pictures up there. And we're going to show those North Valley people how you voted. This could be election racketeering. This could be, and your names are going to be on there. We have a November race coming up that I'm telling you, these independents are turning out. These Democrats are turning out with us. We've had meetings. You better vote the right way today because they're all going to see you.
Sherry Powell, followed by Pam Dar.
Sherry Powell, Carson City resident, former Washoe resident. And these are not new problems, and anybody who can say with a straight face that Washoe County's votes are impeccable, you are not only a disgrace to your county, your state, but you were nationally recognized because of your incompetence. I'll never forget her statement of, well, I'd rather be accurate than fast. Wow. And she's comparing herself to San Francisco, Houston, New York City. Seriously, you could say with a straight face that your votes are impeccable. But that is not why I'm here today. I watch out for the judiciary, and I find it a little bit amazing how your registrar of voters can override the judiciary. It is my understanding that 2 judges hadn't even signed their order. I worked on judicial excellence in 2010 right here in Washoe County. Some of you know me, and I can assure you if you ask your predecessors, they definitely know me. I established the victims' rights law in the state of Nevada, also quashed the statute of limitations on sexual assault. So there are changes that you can make to current law to do the right thing. I have not found in the Nevada revised statutes any place where it says you can't do a hand count. But not only that, if a judge orders it, guess what, people? You're not only citizens, you are servants. Servants of the people, not yourself. Debbie Smith, don't clap. I find that so rude. Debbie Smith tried to pass a tax through Washoe County sitting as a senator in the legislature, and it was squashed like a bug. So if you have even a small, vague, discretion, and you should not vote. It is that simple. But I ask your legal counsel, when is it that the registrar of voters got the right to override judges or predetermine what a judge is going to say? Because as far as I know, the last time I checked, that's an ex parte communication, which is absolutely illegal, and you should have her arrested. Thank you so much for your time.
Pam Dar, followed by Valerie Kay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I've had a long weekend. It was 4th of July and my birthday, so not a lot of sleep. And then I drank regular tea last night and I could not sleep. Anyways, I wasn't going to speak, but first thing this morning, I got on Telegram, and the first thing I see, a smarter person than me, Elon Musk. Election voting machines and anything mailed is too risky. We should mandate paper ballots and in-person voting only. Okay, that just kind of grabbed my attention. I wasn't planning on speaking today because I am tired. I had a lot of fun. Getting too old for this, though. My next thing I'd like to address is a closed election. 15 votes, 16 votes, that should have been automatic. And then they put her through, and, I'm not even in the same party as she is. I think that's horrible. I guess they attacked her on social media to where it really stressed her out. That should not happen. Those people should be talked to. That's terrible. So I wanted to address that. If we would have done the automatic recount, maybe that would have all been avoided. The other thing, with Toys for Tots, my brother has worked with them as a commissioner. It's not just Toys for Tots. When they had emergency flooding out there in Story County, they stepped up. They helped. They do things for the community. They don't have hate. They're a big brother club. They do a lot of good. So I don't know where all that stuff came from, but that probably opened a can of worms and attacked a group that does wonderful things, and that was not cool. The last time I was at the podium, I told you a story about a social worker that told me all her clients are refugees now, so that's our money paying to help them, in the millions. Now I talked to a small business because I had to cancel an appointment. And she said she's shocked. People that are here 4 days from other countries are getting work permits. They just got here 4 days ago. How is that possible? I have relatives that have come here from the Philippines and had to wait months and a lot of processes and a lot of money. They get here 4 days and they get to take jobs to lower our wages. Is that where all this affordable housing's coming from? And this condensed building? Is that to cram all these people from 150, 60 other countries in here and lower wages and ruin our quality of life? I want answers. I want to know how much it costs. I love living here. I don't want to not like living here, but it's already getting ruined. The building is out of control. Thank you.
Valerie Kay, followed by Linda Bell.
Valerie Kay, former Washoe County resident, current Douglas County resident. You may think that I have no skin in the game, but you couldn't be wrong. I still have family and a lot of friends that live in this county that can't come to these conveniently scheduled morning meetings, so I'm here to stand for what's right. All county, state, federal elections need to be legal and transparent. Do the right thing. For those few here that think the current state of elections are free and fair, should probably stand in line behind Biden for a cognitive test. In the words of Dr. Phil McGraw, those who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. Do not certify this election. Thank you.
Linda Bell, followed by Penny Brock.
Good day, Washoe County Commissioners, and thank you for your service. My name is Linda Bell. I am a 30-year resident of Washoe Valley, Nevada, Assembly District 40. Respectfully, my concern is the integrity of our 2024 primary election due to errors on the sample ballots. In Assembly District 40, on the Republican sample ballot, both P.K. O'Neill and Drew Rybar names were omitted. Prior to the primary election, I personally went to the Register of Voters office and notified them of this error. They informed me that it was too late to do anything about the error. I found this unacceptable. I also was made aware of an additional error in Assembly District 27, where Carmen Ortiz was left off the Republican ballot and was replaced by Democrat candidates. These are serious errors. Washoe County officials owe the citizens of Washoe County accurate sample ballots. Being that Washoe County Register of Voters failed in meeting the Nevada Revised Statute 293.07-1, which states, sample ballot means a document distributed by a county or city clerk upon which is printed, includes a list of the offices, candidates, and ballot questions that will appear on the ballot. Given these serious errors and omissions on these sample ballots, I respectfully advise that this primary election failed the citizens of Washoe County, and a new primary election with correct information on the ballot should be conducted. We, the citizens of Washoe County, deserve to receive official ballots with all candidates included, including the sample ballots. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Valerie Duval.
Penny Brock for the record. Where do we start? The primary election was a debacle. It is a forerunner to the November election. President Trump will win Washoe County, but I doubt he'll win because of what goes on in the ROV office. That's why we're so upset, because things are not being run right in the ROV. Who runs the Register of Voters and elections in Washoe County? And who is responsible for the glitches and the hiccups of the failed presidential primary and the June primary election? First of all, at the top on a flow chart would be County Manager Brown. He is election hiccup in chief number 1, and he should resign. Next, we have in charge on the flow chart under Eric Brown is our out-of-state ROV consultant Amber McReynolds. She is election hiccups in chief number 2, and she should be fired. Manager Brown hired McReynolds in August of 2023 to oversee the ROV and the it should best be the 24 elections. He did it without the county commission and the public's knowing. The county commission did not approve McReynolds' contracts for about $500,000. Now, who is McReynolds? Well, she founded the National Vote at Home, which means vote by mail, and her office is in Washington, D.C. Vote at Home is one of the many leftist voting organizations based in D.C. She is also the vice chairman of the United States Post Office
and there you see her picture. She's never appeared before the county commission that I know of. She is like MIA, and why is that? Next, we have the election hiccups in chief number 3, the interim ROV manager, Carrie Ann Burgess, who is unqualified, and she should resign. Now, why do I use the word hiccups? Because in the June 21st certification meeting, she came before you and said, well, there's just been all kinds of hiccups. She admitted there are problems, and she called them hiccups. Then we go into this recount. The judge ordered an injunction not to do the machine hand count. She and Brown and Amber McReynolds did it anyway. I believe you call that contempt of court. That is legal action that should happen for contempt of court. Then we've still got the elections group hanging out. I found last week, look at this.
Valerie Duval, followed by Sandy Tibbett.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I'm a Washoe County resident and I'm from China. This country is special to me because I trusted the government and I trusted the election. But the last few years, I don't see it. Our election is no longer transparent. Hong Kong fell last 2 years. At the end of Hong Kong, I can tell you there were lots of problems with the election. I'm seeing that right now in our country. I don't see there's anything wrong with doing hand count. Someone talked about going to the bank and they used the machine. Maybe we go to a different bank. When I go to the bank, they always use the machine to count it, and then the teller will count it by hand. Audit is to verify what was counted in the first place, to verify if the result was correct. It is insanity to count it the same way. Election is important because it helps to keep all the citizens together. The way the election is being done right now is dividing the citizens. You have one group of people who trusted the election result, but you have another big group who don't. If the election is fair, how is it damaging to recount it by hand? Many people have mentioned that the hand count has been paid for. It doesn't come from the resident. So what's the downside of it? Please explain it to me. I do not see any downside. And I'm asking you, as an immigrant who have seen the devastation of a third world country, I'm asking you to preserve the American way of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Sandy Tibbett, followed by Steve Ross.
Hello, Commissioners. I emailed you this morning with these attachments regarding a lawsuit that's been filed concerning commercial addresses on our voter rolls. On April 11th, Logan Churchill of Public Interest Legal Foundation had emailed Carrie Ann Burgess these documents and exhibits. There are 48 addresses in this writ of mandamus, Exhibit A, 48 addresses, commercial addresses that are on our voter rolls. This being one of them. They're getting ballots at commercial addresses. So there may be only 48 addresses in this, but how many ballots can go through one commercial address? Staggering, if you think about it. Especially since in 2022, the Senate race was only lost by 8,000 votes, right? So, April 11th, Carrie Ann Burgess is emailed by PILF, we'll just call him PILF, letting her know that what's her next steps, right? So, she's fully aware, and so is the ROV, that we have dirty voter rolls, and we have a lot of commercial addresses on our voter rolls. This is on April 11th, right? George Guthrie from our media production team here at the ROV, I don't know why he would have anything to do with this, but he responded and said that they were reviewing the letter with the information that was provided, and would you send us the documents? So now we're stretching it out, right? Wasting time. As we get closer to the primary, the mail-in ballots are going out, right? My question to you is, did you all certify an election? Carrie Ann Burgess, did you allow our commissioners to certify an election?
Please address the full.
I'm going to address whoever I want to. I want to know if she knowingly allowed you guys to certify an election that was dirty voter rolls. Not only has Robert Beadles provided evidence, Nicholas St. John has provided evidence, PILF is providing evidence, and it's not done. Please review the attachments I sent to you this morning. This primary needs to be redone. Nobody trusts it. Everybody in this room is bringing evidence to you, right? Nobody here trusts it. Here is your opportunity to redo it and build some trust in this community. Clean up the voter rolls, do a hand recount, voter ID. It's all so simple.
Steve Ross.
Good afternoon, good morning. I want to say thank you for being here, very much so. I asked you, what is your motivation for actually wanting to get these elections right? What would be your motivation for accurate vote counts? To a person up there, I don't think you would have any motivation for accurate elections, because I don't think any of you'd be sitting up there otherwise. Plain and simple, with the exception being Mr. Clark. Okay, now granted, I'm just an inconsequential piece of garbage. Okay, I'm a nothing in your eyes, okay? Other than a loud voice and an irritating one at that. Okay, but otherwise, just, you know, a squeak in the night. Okay, polite society. We live in a polite society, people. It's about high time we stop living in a polite society. Polite society breeds corruption, okay? People are not held accountable because it's just not polite to do such things.
Sir, please address.
People then understand when they're in positions of power that they can rely on this. It can be manipulated, it can be foreshadowed, it can be sent into the damn ether to come back later. And it's manipulated like this, just like any actuary or bean counter in an insurance company. Every damn thing you do beforehand is actually run by, schematic out as far as that goes. What is going to be, you know, the answer to this action? What would be the answer to that action? And they all run together. And then you make sure you get it wrong. Okay, I mean, these people, myself included, are disgusted. Just filth. It is long past over. I don't live in a polite society. I'm biker trash. Hell, I'm from frickin' the Santa Cruz Mountains, okay? You know how long it takes for the law to get to Santa Cruz Mountains when they... Okay, that's called mountain justice. People really don't around when they're gonna be held accountable. Okay, let's talk about faith. Let's talk about shame. You think you can shame these people into doing the right thing? Okay, shame is like when you do something that you feel shame, that's like God's way of saying, you probably shouldn't do that. Okay, that's what shame. You don't have any faith, so you can't assume the shame. Okay, there is no higher power. You, the state, is the higher power. There is no God. Jesus didn't die for anybody's sins, and you're all powerful and know what's up. Dude, you people are out of line. Half of you don't have half the intelligence of this.
Madam Clerk.
There is nobody else signed in chambers, but I do have an email that was submitted.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 4, Manager Brown.
There you go. Commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. I will start with Vice Chair Herman. Do you have anything? Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I don't know where to start, but I guess I'm going to start right here. You know, we work for the citizens of this county. Leadership that we have is for the folks in this county. We should be listening to the folks in this county. You know, we work for the people. We've got candidates here, folks that have been in the election process. People's names weren't on the ballot properly, or the sample ballot. Misspellings, misparty representation. For those of you who haven't heard this before, I'm like a broken record. We've got 3 different ballots from 3 different elections coming to my house. The person lives in Australia. He's been asked to be removed from the Registrar of Voters rolls. He's been added back by the DMV each and every time. The county admits to having 25,000 of these ballots returned just from this primary election. And those are just the ones we know about. If I got somebody's ballot at my house and they didn't live in my neighborhood or I didn't know their name personally, I'd throw it in the trash. It'd be like junk mail. So how many other ballots are out there? So there's only been one person here that really brought this up today. That was Sandy Tibbetts, about the voter rolls. The voter rolls is the foundational basis for everything we do. If the voter rolls are not correct, nothing else matters. AI doesn't matter. Machines don't matter. Who's printed on the ballot doesn't matter. We've got situations where ballots are going out to places that they shouldn't be going to. And when I bring this up to the Registrar of Voters, as I did to the last Registrar of Voter, and then the one before that, and the one before that, so I've been harping on this for the last 4 or 5 years, they all come up and they quote you the law, and they've got it memorized, like they're reading you the Gettysburg Address. They've got this thing memorized, and they tell you this, but we've got this constraint, and we've got that constraint, and we've got this federal law, and we've got that, and we've got the next thing. They give you 42 reasons why they can't do the right thing. Had 4 or 5 years now to clean up the voter rolls, and it just doesn't happen. They just don't care. You go down and you interview the folks that run the elections in Carson City. Within the first 18 months of that Registrar of Voters / clerk down there, removed somewhere in the neighborhood of 8,000 or 9,000 names in that county. Cleaned up the voter rolls. That's what we need to do here. And until we do that here, we're not going to get accurate information. I've got a few more things I want to talk about. I've got some notes here. You know, so the last 3 or 4 Registrar of Voters talked to them about out-of-state, out-of-country ballots. I didn't get a ballot this last time. Okay, I got a sample ballot that had names on it that I couldn't vote for. Used to be sample ballots were sent to folks, and they could study them before they went to the election booth, and they picked out their candidates, and they did a little research. But when you get them, and I live in the south end of town, so far south, I've got a Carson City zip code, and I've got people that are running for office in Reno on my sample ballot. I don't live in the city of Reno. How can I vote for these people? What was that in there for? Just to confuse people? I'm kind of tuned in, kind of plugged into the political world. But I'm seeing people, I don't know who they are and what district they're in, and I can't vote for them. Why are they on my sample ballot? Okay, so again, we had 25,000 return ballots. We found out that cost us about $90,000 last meeting. Okay, so there's money that went out the window. Could have cleaned it up. For $90,000, we probably could have hired a little detective to do a little research in between elections and find out who should be on the rolls and who shouldn't. Okay, so wrong names, wrong parties. I'm not going to name an official here in this county, but they've talked to me that they personally witnessed this last election, was an observer, and saw stuff that they found to be highly offensive, illogical, and didn't make a lot of sense. So I'm not going to name this person because I don't want to have them have any problem. That being said, if there ever is a court situation, I'm pretty sure that under oath, this person wouldn't cover up for the county. We've got people on the other side of the aisle in the rooms saying that everything's fine, everything's wonderful, everything should be supported. Other than, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Do you have any factual information, any public records, any real personal knowledge of what really took place other than you support the elected officials up here? We've got 3,143 counties and 64 parishes in the United States of America. I'm sure each and every one of those counties in the United States has elections of some sort. We seem to be at the top of the rolls for mismanagement here. I got a call from friends in Pasadena last night telling me that they saw our county featured on LA News about what's taking place in Washoe County, couldn't even pronounce it, where we are. So, we're making national news, so congratulate yourself for that. We're making national news by what's taking place in this county. So, again, 3,143 counties, 63 parishes. Does anybody out there do it right? Is there professional organizations? Is there continuous education? Is there training? Is there something that our county manager who oversees this department could avail himself to and get some training? We've had nothing but a mess here the last 4 or 5 elections, primaries and generals. Just a mess. Every time we turn around, it's a hiccup, it's a glitch. It's this is wrong, it's that's wrong, and we're sorry, and we're going to fix it, and we're never going to do it again until the next time we do it again. It's just ongoing, and it never, ever, ever stops. This is like a magic show. My definition of magic is deception and distraction. Distract them, and then head off with the deception. That's magic in a nutshell, so just think about that. What's the distraction and what's the deception? Again, we've got a lot of counties out there. Maybe we could learn something. Maybe some other county can mentor us. I talked to the person in Carson City. They're happy to help mentor us. We need some mentoring here. We don't have it. We've got people that talk about we're going to fix it the next time. This is the blind leading the blind around here. Okay, I'm not an election denier. I've won my last 6 elections, so I couldn't be an election denier. But I've seen a lot of mismanagement, and that's a different thing than denying what took place in an election. Mismanagement, people not understanding what they're doing, trying to wing it, trying to use the NRS statutes for their own personal gain, telling half the story. We had some folks make some good comments here. Drew Rebar Rebar is, this is a missed opportunity for transparency. The leadership of this board could have had samples, could have had a hand count, could have done something, a parallel count, to check this, especially when someone else is paying for it. There's an opportunity. Somebody's paying for it, and that would have, what I really would like to see is somewhere down the line, the voters, the majority of the folks have a feeling that they're being treated fairly and this is being run correctly. That's what leadership's about. Let's solve this anger towards our Registrar of Voters office, the anger towards the county, and let's show folks with samples how this thing was accurate. There would be nothing better for me than stand up there and say, I have personal knowledge this was handled properly. But I can't say that, and I won't say that. I'm not going to co-sign for this. I'm not going to vouch for it. I'm not going to say how great it was, because I don't believe it. I don't believe it personally. So many people had great comments. We can do better. Janet Butcher asked, can we do better? And I'm going to say, no, we can't. We can't do better. We can't do better with the management and the leadership that we are lacking here. This is as good as it gets. It is not getting any better until we get some better leadership around here. So keep that in mind for election coming up in November. I want to talk about Lily Barron. Different party, different philosophy, lots of differences there. But I support her because I like the way she thinks. She's got some personal knowledge. She's done things. She knows how to manage. She's done some wonderful work. She came within just a few votes of winning this. And there's some people that don't agree with that. But my point is, we need a shakeup in other departments of this county, Reno being one of them. I personally know what it's like to be threatened, okay? There's police reports, there's newspaper reports. What happened to me in the last election of 2022 is my opponent, Mr. Lucy, called me and threatened me that he was going to have me thrown in jail for being on the ballot in a party that I wasn't in. Not only that, Washoe County paid an attorney to take me to court to prove I was a Republican. So when people are using that Mr. Beatles paid for somebody's recount, what's the difference between paying for a recount and the county paying for an attorney to drag me to court to prove that I should be on the ballot? Okay? So the folks that are attacking Ms. Barron and attacking, they're getting a twofer because they get to attack Mr. Beatles as well. Where were they? Where was the outrage when I had to fight and pay $19,000 to stay on the ballot, and a county commissioner gets the county to pay to drag me to court? We just got a memo yesterday from the DA's office. It's confidential, but it goes into great detail about how an elected official can't use their position to gain an advantage during an election. Do you think it was an advantage that Mr. Lucy took to get the DA to hire an outside counsel to take me to court? If it was so illegal, why didn't he pay for his own attorney? Do you see where I'm going with this? The parallels are just striking. I get the county of Reno with deep, deep, deep pockets attacking me, and Lily Barron, who doesn't have deep, deep pockets, she's got people attacking her because she took some support. We got somebody who's not from her party, who reached out and wants clear and honest, fair elections, and he reaches across the aisle and offers to pay for her recount, and then somebody calls her up and bullies her to the point where she quits, and then the next hour or two she talks to her attorney and says she didn't have anything to worry about to go forward with it, and then it's too late. I was in that same spot. I had some jerk call me up on behalf of Lucy and tell me I was going to go to jail if I stayed on the ballot. I had a gut check that day. But you know what I said to myself? I'll be off the ballot when a judge tells me I'm off the ballot, not anybody else. So I know what it's like to be beat up, and I know what it's like to prevail. So I'm sorry that this happened to happen, but I am absolutely disgusted with the hiccups, the glitches, the false information. 2 weeks ago, we had to get an email, all the commissioners, emergency meeting, all got to get together. We're supposed to be together last Tuesday in front of the Fire Commission, 8 o'clock in the morning. Drop everything you're doing, cancel all your appointments, get to this meeting. And then the next day they canceled it with no notice, no reason, didn't explain to us why. So hurry up and wait. I've got a couple of other questions for the DA. And I wrote them down here the other. So we had a microphone up here on the podium. What process do we have? Can anybody come up here and put a microphone on this? Just because they're a TV station, are they allowed to do this? Do they have to get permission to do this? Does the media need to have permission? Is there a form to fill out, an application? What's the process for media coming up here and just putting their microphone on? So I don't need that answer right now, but I'd like that answer in the future, and we need to bring it back up. I'd also like to know what happened to a GoPro that a person by I don't know him, I've known the name, but I don't know him, Mr. Riley Sutton is in the ROV's office with a GoPro. Is Riley Sutton on the payroll as someone made a comment about? Does he work for Washoe County? How was he given access to the ROV's department? Is any of what the speaker commented about truth? And then I want to ask Mr. Edwards about Sherry Powell, talking about how does Carrie Ann determine what the judge's decision would be, and went forward with the count before these restraining orders and other court papers were delivered or signed or ruled on by a judge. So those are some questions I have. But most importantly, we need to get the public's trust back, and stonewalling and telling them to go to heck and telling the folks that we're not going to listen to them and we're going to do what we want to do, and we've got people telling us from the other side that we have to do this or we have to do that. We might have to vote on it, but it doesn't mean we have to vote in the affirmation. So again, I'd like to reach out to the leadership here, and let's try and smooth this over. Let's find a way to work with the people. Let's find a way to make people have a good feeling about what's taking place. This country's been here for over 200 years. We've got more crap going on with elections in Washoe County in the last 4 or 5 years than we had in the last 200 years. Nothing is getting better. It's only getting worse, and many people are distrusting what we're doing here. So again, we have to figure out a way to work for the people that we work for, not tell them what to do. Thank you.
Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate, to be honest, the fact that everyone, no matter what side of the aisle, realizes that the elections have a lot of room for improvement, period. And I do think there's a missed opportunity. I think the fact that we have to abide by the laws that are in place, give an opportunity to look at changing the laws that are in place. And where those election laws take place are at the legislature. And changing the laws at the legislature means there's an opportunity to put people in office that recognize that there are changes that can be made legislatively so that every county that is administering elections can follow it. So really focusing on a solution that in many cases, the validity of, for instance, I'm going to use it again, voter ID. Voter ID is not within our purview, although it may be, depending on how the votes, the petition results in November. But the reality is that voter ID, I've supported voter ID for over 20 years. But the county commission can't impose voter ID. So I think many of the items that were brought up today and have been brought up in the past and continue to be thought of in terms of streamlining, whether it be paper ballots, hand counts, going to precincts, putting in things, voting machines, all of these can be changed through elections at the legislature. And they can be changed, and I'm encouraging.
Point of order, DA Edwards, can you just, I apologize,
That's okay.
Commissioner Andriola.
That's
Can
okay.
you please remind the community about the decorum of this meeting and what we expect?
So, sure, Madam Chair. You have the authority to maintain order in the chambers here, and that includes outbursts or shouting from the audience while someone else is trying to speak. So that's appropriate for you to do if that is occurring.
So as a reminder, we are going to treat each other with respect and dignity in these chambers. So please remember this. I am happy to recess our meeting, and also I'm happy to remove folks if they do not want to follow those rules. Thank you very much. Commissioner Andriola, I apologize.
Thanks. No, it's fine. I just am trying to offer the energy to be put in a place that actually can have a result and a major impact for the entire state of Nevada. So really, there's an opportunity to have a voice and to get people elected that can put in provisions that can be followed. Today, in terms of, well, I'll finish one other thought. I absolutely think that the recount, that's another opportunity for percentage. For instance, the 15 votes, although sometimes I've heard 16 for Ms. Barron. The point is that it absolutely, I don't know anyone from any party that wouldn't look at that being an automatic recount. Guess where that needs to change? At the legislature. It should be automatic, and it should be immediate in terms of once the canvass of the vote has, or once the election has commenced and been verified, that it be automatic. And to be honest, at the expense of the county to which it is occurring. So that is another opportunity that I think is missed that can be put into place. Many states have that as automatic, as many of you probably are aware. But today is a ministerial function. We are governed by laws. And ministerial does not give discretion. This is a procedural pro forma act stating that the election, or the recount, if you will, occurred. All errors noted, that the ROV's office followed the requirements and then will essentially send that result to the Secretary of State. So again, are there missed opportunities? Yes. Get folks in Carson City that understand that election reform is critical and that the opportunities of having those changes in place will absolutely result in elections. So I do appreciate the opportunity, and I thank you all for sharing your insights, and I hope you can put the energy in the places that really will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything?
Just a quick update. My email is mcgarcia@washoecounty.gov, not mgarcia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will, Commissioner Clark has signed in again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to agree with Commissioner Andriola on some points. The state of Nevada does control a lot of what takes place with elections. However, the state of Nevada has also granted the county commissioners the opportunity to control what takes place in this county, and we've already got that authority to do so. So when I'm talking about management, I'm talking about who manages the Registrar of Voters office and who's above the Registrar of Voters, and that's the county manager's office. We currently have a situation where we can control what takes place in this county. We don't need to wait for somebody in Carson City to do our job for us. So I just want to be on the record for that, is we've got lots of things we can do here. Maybe we can't ask for a showing of ID. Maybe we can't do this, that, and the next thing. But we have the ability to do lots of other things that will certainly clean up the process, that will certainly instill confidence from the voters instead of saying, we're going to wait till Carson City fixes it. Because if that happens, you might as well just pack your gear and head on out, because it's not going to happen in your lifetimes. So we can fix things here on a much faster scale than waiting on Carson City. So anybody who wants to kick the can and blame this on Carson City is not being honest. Thank you.
I believe that decorum should also be observed by county commissioners. Commissioner Clark, I don't think it's appropriate for you to make comments on other commissioners' comments and attack them, so please refrain from doing that. We will now move on to item 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Manager Brown.
Madam Chair, I don't need you to filter my comments, my questions, or my requests. You have an uncanny ability to figure out. I don't think you're a clairvoyant. I don't think you're a mind reader. You always want to insert yourself in my comments. I resent that. Thank you.
Manager Brown, we'll now move on to item 5.
Item 5 is a declaration of the canvass of recount vote for the recount of the County Commission District 4 Republican race demanded by candidate Mark A. Lawson, and the recount of School Board Trustee District G at-large race demanded by candidate Paul D. White pursuant to NRS 293.387 and NAC 293.365. The board is required to canvass the results of the recount by which any errors within the election results are officially noted and the official results are declared. If approved, the board shall order the registrar of voters to certify the abstract of the results and transmit a copy of the certified abstract to the Secretary of State.
Thank you very much. And do we have a staff report on this item?
We do.
Carrie Ann Burgess, Interim Registrar of Voters for Washoe County. Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I think it's still morning anyway. We are here to canvass the vote for County Commission District 4 for the Republican race and also for the School Board Trustee District G at large. We started the recount on June 30th at 7 a.m. and we were able to finish on Tuesday evening. We had 36 people Sunday morning to start the recount. The demand for a recount was given to my office on June 25th, where we immediately started to prepare for the recount. I was very optimistic that we were able to get everything done in one day, but did not take into account how long it would take to rescan 50,000 ballots. We looked at every portion of the election again. We looked at the rejected bin, why they were rejected, all postmarked ballots, meaning they came in after the election but postmarked the election day. We looked at all ballots that could have been cured that were not. We did our due diligence in this primary election. We not only sent the required letter, but we were also, if we had a phone number and an email, we called and we emailed. We did more than what we were supposed to do or required to do, and that's what my office does. In this recall election, there were no discrepancies or errors in this recount. Because there was 2 vote difference, every single one was counted again. The 2 discrepancies were one received 1 extra vote and the other one had 1 taken away. That comes from adjudication. Adjudication is where only if it's sent to adjudication, if it's run through the scanner and it kicks it out, 2 people, bipartisan team, look at the ballot. We had less than 2,000 that came through this election that needed to be adjudicated. When those happen, 2 people, bipartisan teams, look at those ballots and go for the voter intent. There's very clear guidelines on that, and because of that, 2 of them were different. And that is all I have.
Thank you very much. I am looking to the board to see if there's any questions for our interim ROV, and I'm looking to the vice chair. Herman, do you have anything? Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything? Okay. Commissioner Clark? No. Commissioner Andriola? Okay. With that, we will now move to public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, we have quite a few people signed in, so I'll call two names. The first one will come speak. The second one, please queue up. First up, Drew Rebar, followed by Linda Bell.
Hi. Drew Rebar, for the record. Anyways, there's my lawsuit. I really wish I didn't have to do this. You guys have the power to stop it. Why do you want a judge to tell you what to do instead of you guys just fixing the problems? Which one looks better politically? I'd argue you guys just fixing the problem being transparent fixes the issue. It's sad that Commissioner Andriola just walked out. She's the swing vote. Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Herman, I'm pretty sure of how you're going to vote. Probably the same way you voted last time. Then we've got the three of you. The anointed one by Lombardo. Commissioner Hill, Garcia, the Uniparty. Not Republicans, not Democrats, globalist Uniparty. So that's probably why we don't want transparency, I'm guessing. Because it doesn't benefit the Uniparty. Is that the deal? We really don't want free and fair elections in Washoe County? We want everybody questioning us. Nationally. That's kind of fun, isn't it? National question as to the integrity of this commission. Hiding results, turning off cameras. Who cares? We'll just overrule what the people want. Screw them. We got a man that's willing to pay for the recount, no tax dollars. Screw it. We don't need that. It's a banana republic. Never thought I'd say that about my country, my county, the place I live. Can't trust the system. Why should we? Would you trust the system if you were in all of our places? Nah, but you're in your place. As I said, the anointed one. I don't expect you guys to do anything different than what you did last time. Again, why would you? There's no consequences. It's kind of like the county manager and his wife drunk driving.
Please do not
No
personally
consequences.
attack our staff.
Don't.
I will-
Article 1, Section 9, Nevada Constitution. Do you know what the fuck it says?
Sir, no.
I can
I'm
cuss,
sorry.
I can swear. I'm allowed.
We are
to
recessing.
Comment.
Thank you. Hi, Madam Clerk. I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order. It is 12:31. Mr. Rebar was speaking to the county commission, and he has an opportunity to come up and finish his comments if he would like. As a reminder, you cannot disrupt this meeting per state law. If you do, we can ask you to leave, sir, and we can recess this meeting. Additionally, no profanities and no personal attacks while you continue your comments, and we appreciate you following that. Thank you very much.
Nevada Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, no law shall be made to restrict, repress freedom of speech or the press. And you're just violating the Constitution, aren't you? I guess that shows where you stand. Read the Constitution, you probably know it. Just kind of really disappointing. Have you ever even read the Constitution of the state of Nevada? Do you know what Article 1, Section what is? You know Article 1, Section 18? That's sad if you don't. It truly is. Y'all took an oath to it, and here you are making rules that violate the Constitution. Whether you're on the left side of the aisle, the right side of the aisle, or the middle side of the aisle, or the uniparty side of the aisle, the left and the right have always agreed. The left actually used to protest to make sure they got their constitutional rights. They were the original protesters in the 1960s. What happened? When did the right become more constitutionally aware than the left? Maybe the left is still there, but the uniparty is really fighting against the Constitution, trying to get rid of it. Maybe that's what this is really about. So, Commissioner Andriola, you're the swing vote here, you're supposed to be. And you said some things that basically you have to accept this canvassing, is the way that I was understanding your words. That's not historically accurate in the state of Nevada. Lyon County, there's an Assemblyman, Ken Gray, that used to be the chairman of that. Lyon County declined the canvassing of the votes, so historically, you don't have to do that. You can vote no. The other two commissioners, Hill and Garcia, you're more far left than Andriola is. Why won't you guys get together and just vote no on this too? Really got to wonder. I really got to wonder. It doesn't cost the taxpayers anything. If you're on the left, why don't you want transparency on the left? As I said, Bernie Sanders, he was an election denier. He questioned the primary for the Democrat Party in 2020. Hillary Clinton, she questioned it a bunch of times. Al Gore, as I mentioned before. All of these candidates are Democrat candidates. So why is this a partisan issue? So I would just urge you to take the high road, look at all the questions with bad answers, and just vote no. Thank you very much.
Linda Bell, followed by Brianna Faraszowski.
Linda Bell again, commissioners and all. As a mom, a grandma, and a great-grandma, I only ask that you carefully consider the ramifications of your decision today. It will have far-reaching consequences to future generations. Please consider a new primary and do whatever you can to ensure accurate elections going forward. You can make a difference and rebuild confidence in our elections. Please. And thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Brianna Faraszowski, followed by Val White.
My name is Brianna Forzowski. I observed the central processing facility during the 2022 election, the 2024 primary, and on June 30th for the recount. I am not a paid observer, but I am a concerned citizen. I have observed lack of consistency, lack of security, and lack of transparency. I submitted an election integrity violation report on May 30th detailing how I saw on May 28th, while the election was in process, an ROV employee remove a thumb drive from a computer in the EMS tabulation room and walk out of the room. There are no security cameras, nor is there a live stream camera in this very important hub of the processing center. You have a copy of my report now and ask that you read this before you certify this recount, because if the data was manipulated with that thumb drive, then it is possible it would affect this recount too. Please verify and explain with hard data evidence what exactly was on that thumb drive and how that information or data was transmitted. If a pre-lat test was uploaded onto the thumb drive, as was explained to me, it is my understanding that it must be transported in a secure container with supervision of a clerk, and that the pre-lat test would take place prior to the election process. The gentleman with the thumb drive was alone in the EMS room. I would ask why that report moved from the computer to the thumb drive and out of the room on May 28th. There is a printer in that room. Was this against the law? This event may justify starting the election over from scratch. Everything should be set up securely and in place and in good working order before the election begins. A laptop labeled with a sign for reformatting thumb drives was introduced in the middle of the election in the EMS room. It is my understanding that the administration computer in the EMS room is connected to a Washoe County network. I am concerned that this could also give someone the ability to tamper with the tabulation. How can you prove to us that this is a secure network? I think it is your responsibility to review this election and recount with a closer eye, with hard copy reports, hard data evidence, and hand-counted ballots before this recount is certified. Please read the election integrity violation report submitted during this election cycle before you certify this recount. Mine probably isn't the only one. I also want to mention that I requested the recount be broadcast on the live feed cameras in the processing room, and that request was denied. I met Commissioner Andrew recently while she was campaigning with Charlene Bybee in my neighborhood. I believe after our conversation that day, she would understand my motivation for observing and learning about the election process. Most people I've met here in this very room and while observing down the hall have a story to tell. I have more to talk about. If you want to hear it, you're welcome to give me a call, and please consider that urgent election integrity agenda item request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Val White, followed by Donald Fossum. Val White's up first, and then Donald.
Welcome to the podium.
You're up next.
Okay, this entire election needs to be redone. Why? A paper recount at this time and the primary results are not trustworthy. There have been too many opportunities since the cameras went off, for fraudulent or additional ballots to be entered into that room. What else needs fixing to achieve a fair and transparent election? There's been no visibility really of the processing room during the time the ballots were not in sealed ballots in boxes. When they turned the cameras off, who knows what happened in that room? Who knows what deliveries were made? Anything could have happened since those cameras have been down. Why are observers not allowed to observe the ballots being placed into boxes to be sealed? I asked to see this. Nope, you can't. Well, how do I know that they're ever secure? I asked to know who had the keys to the cage where the ballots are kept. The answer, a few people. Who? I asked. No names were provided. It's because this department really does not care about transparency. When I hear them say the word, I feel like vomiting. Cameras are not installed in the so-called cyber-secure environment, the most important room in the entire election system. When I asked for a camera to be installed there to allow transparency 24/7, Burgess refused, stating that it was cost prohibitive. I asked them to relocate one of the cameras already in use. Nope. I asked if the lights in the ballot processing room could be kept on overnight. Nope. Burgess stated that the county manager told her to turn the lights off. She only does what she's told, is what she told me. I truly believe that now. The question is, who is telling her what to do? I'm not so sure it's the county manager, but someone else with a serious interest in Washoe and Nevada elections. Don't tell me this department wants transparency. Now, who is doing the work in the processing room? Workers wore badges identifying their party. Out of the 50 to 60 workers I saw in that room during this time period, I saw at most 5 people, and not at once 5 Republican people out of the entire 50 or 60. Don't tell me you can't find Republicans who want to work in that room. This is obviously wrong. Nonpartisans are Democrats. They are the same thing. So when Burgess said she had bipartisan participation in adjudication and duplication, that was a lie. They were all Democrats. And the last, I'm just sick of hearing about the threats. Give me the evidence, give me the police reports. The rest is BS.
Donald Fossum, followed by Renee Resendez.
Well, I have to believe that we've all become rather passé about hearing about boots on the ground regarding election integrity. Well, I think I just went beyond that by proving we're really on the move. Now, here's a situation that we're wise to, but we want to bring up here. We have the dynamic of the press calls the elections early, which suggests that being as false validation through repetition. The press plays favorites. Final results are scrutinized and anomalies are discovered. I dislike repetition, but it works. I weaponize it here, courtesy of Operation Sunlight. Key issues identified in the election. Finding multiple precincts reported identical total belief counts. Probability of manipulation, nearly 100%. Explanation, identical vote counts are highly unusual and suggest date manipulation. Number 2, identical vote proportions across precincts also. Finding, several precincts reported identical vote proportions for candidates. Probability of manipulation, 100%, minus 1/10,000th of a percent. Explanation, identical vote proportions indicate tampering to produce predetermined results. Number 3, identical election day proportions across precincts. Finding identical proportions of election day votes across precincts. Probability of manipulation, minus 1/10 of 1,000 of 100%. Explanation, identical mail-in vote proprieties indicate potential tampering. Thank you.
Renee Resendez, followed by Charles Elliott.
Hello again. I want to address the nature of the mail-in ballots. I noticed when I looked for the results, even though my ballot was dropped off, it said mail-in ballot. And that bothers me because I think Manager Brown was going around trying to find out how many mail-in ballots were coming into the polling places. And the only reason I could think is that he wants to maybe bring that up to all of you commissioners to, so that he can say that, look, everybody wants mail-in ballots. You see how many mail-in ballots we got? and put it forth for a vote to just go straight to mail-in ballots and not be able to vote another way. So I don't want to see that happen. If the ballot is dropped off, there should be a way to differentiate. And when we look up how we voted, it should say ballot dropped off or ballot mailed in, so that there's no manipulation going on. And that's all I have to say.
Charles-
Redo the primary.
Charles Elliott, followed by Bruce Foster.
Charles Elliott, lifelong resident of Washoe County. Born and raised here, raised 3 children, grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, and I still am amazed at how corrupt, inept, unbelievably stupid the leadership of everything in our county is. It starts right here. The library board is corrupt. The school board is sickening. Upsets my stomach that my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren are affected by your decisions, their decisions, but yet, like Alexis, we're going to walk out because we heard a bad word. They're teaching our children sexual issues, and it's graphic. But just like you just did, Alexis, with the school board, we confront them as concerned parents, God-fearing, loving people with what's going on and to separate it, but no. Now, I mention that and I digress with that, but it's the foundation of everything that we're dealing with. Do we really expect an accurate election? Heck no. I'll say heck no. Heck no. Mr. Beatles has been fighting for 4 years, 3 years, 3.5 years, whatever, for the 2020 election, then the 22 election. I mean, we're continually coming back, beating our gums, and there's nothing done. Yes, elections do have consequences, and I'm sick of the consequences that we have in this county done. And I implore you guys to get some guts, check within yourself, and see how in the world, Mr. Brown, all of you can sleep at night knowing what the heck's going on. In New York, they used to say, hey, we got a mafia, babe. I'm telling you, Washoe County we're 40th in the nation with our children. 50th. We're the worst stinking county for a lot of things, but you guys got to get out of the mafia.
Bruce Foster, followed by James Bentham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bruce Foster for the record, and a longtime resident of Washoe County, and a taxpayer, and also an individual that basically, based on our forefathers, which I do have a dog in the fight, as Thomas Foster Jr. did fight in the Revolutionary War and did get compensated for it back in the day. And I go back and say, why are we here once again? And we are faced with a crossroads. And the crossroads is, are we going to do the right thing, or are we going to go down the path of basically a banana republic, and we see that at a national level as we see it being played out. And I would really appreciate everyone that has spoken, and I don't know what more that I could really say, what Mr. Beatles was able to bring up. Other individuals have also spoken on it, and I just want to make sure that we're not going to be able to certify this election, and we need to go back. I have learned a lot in the last couple of years. Precinct captain, got involved with Turning Point Action, Faith Coalition, and I also have my eyes open with being in charge of a presidential caucus location, and I saw how perfectly well volunteers all involved, and we were able to count close to 800 votes in 2.5 hours with driver's license at hand, paper ballots, and counted that same night. And I just don't get why we can't have that happen with Mr. Beadle's support, financial support. And I feel that nothing's new under the sun. And as Mark Twain has said, Twain once said, politicians and diapers must be changed often, and for the same reason, to be fair, there are adults in our government. It's just that those in diapers are so self-serving, misguided, dishonest, and smelly that they often give bad names to all. And sadly, the rankness drives many people away from the political process. And you wonder why we have a whole apathetic realm here in Washoe County where we saw the numbers very low. And it's because of you people that are so corrupt that people just decide, why bother?
James Bentham, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Oh, maybe I didn't. Yeah, I did. Good afternoon. James M. Bentham for the record. I want my statements placed in the permanent record per NRS. I was knowing on the agenda item, it says, if approved. I'm urging you all to use due diligence. If is not shall. So you have to make up your opinion, your choice, make a decision on what you're going to do. I do not trust the election and the recount. Facts do not lie. The question was brought up, can we do better? Well, you have an opportunity to do a lot better right now. We don't have to wait for the legislature. We don't have to wait for the next election. You can act right now. You can focus on what needs to be done. Respect the law. I'm encouraged that we have a DA here that knows the law and should respect it and carry it out. Are there any errors in the election? Obviously, there seems to be quite a few. We've been talking about technology. Is technology perfect and a safe science? When I go to the bank, the machine gives the money to the teller. The machine detects counterfeit money. Then the teller counts it out to me so I know how much money I'm getting. Corporations and even the U.S. government have been hacked. If that can happen, what's to prevent our machines from being hacked? Faith? Well, we know the U.S. government has failed. Artificial intelligence. I'm really happy someone brought this up, that we should not trust artificial intelligence. Here's your opportunities to support that person. Do a forensic analysis, recount of the ballots and the backup tapes. Let's support that person that wants to show up artificial intelligence. I'm encouraged by Mike Clark and his many comments. beginning with voter rolls. We should make the national news. Forensic analysis of ballots and backup tapes. Oh, that formula, E equals MC squared. Evil can be detected by mathematics times critical thinking squared. We should applaud Mr. Beatles for what he's doing and paying for a recount. We should get the hand recount. Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, county staff. Again, for the record, my name is Cindy Martinez. I've already stated my position about my support of the certification of the vote. And it is my never-to-be humble opinion that all members of the electorate who are present today expressing their concerns are responding from a place of fear, myself included. Republicans, Democrats, independents, nonpartisans, green, communist, social, anyone and everyone has a reasonable fear that their vote will be disenfranchised. And I applaud anybody who has come up here and expressed their concern and asked your discernment in evaluating the information and voting upon certification. Now, having said that, one of the things that, and many of you know that I'm a retired Category 1 peace officer. I served honorably with the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division as an enforcement agent. My responsibilities as a sworn peace officer to protect the liberties of the citizenry as well as to enforce regulations and criminal statutes. I often conducted investigations interpreting and applying criminal statutes and regulations that led to results and outcomes that I did not necessarily support. I followed the evidence. I applied the statute. I did not interpret it subjectively to what I wanted to have accomplished. There were times that we successfully arrested and prosecuted people who violated the law, and there were people who violated the law that we could not establish probable cause. And so the standard of asking the commissioners to look at midnight blogs, mainstream media reviews, and to make decisions based upon subjective information presented for consumption, First Amendment, right? But that's not the basis upon which legal decisions can be rendered. You have to interpret the statutes and the regulations and apply them and render decisions whether it supports your own agenda, your biases, your beliefs, or what your preferred outcome might be. The place to change these election statutes is in Carson City at the Nevada Legislature, which convenes in February of 2025. There are plenty of election candidates that reflect all of our political biases or our preferences, and those are the people that we should be engaging with and talking about our concerns about the election statutes. And the last thing I would say is that, as a police officer, is that there are 4 standards. There's a hunch, which is not legally binding. There's reasonable suspicion, probable cause, and beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are the only standards by which legal decisions can be rendered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Marie Rodriguez.
My last 3 minutes didn't give me time to finish my thought here. Okay, so Lily Moran, she was harassed by people on the left. Now, why would they do that? Why would they intimidate her, harass her? Because they know that a hand count would reveal the fraud. They would reveal that the machines aren't right. And they know that, how things are manipulated by the system that we have now that does not represent all of the citizens of Washoe County. We have the same thing on our school board. And on our library board. We got radical leftists controlling things, and then, we get excuses made. And, for 1/3, Democrats represent 1/3 of the population of Nevada. For some reason, they control 2/3 of the seats in the legislature. It's called gerrymandering. That'll take 10 years to cure. We need something done now, and we're just asking you to throw us a bone. I mean, even a hand recount doesn't solve the problem of 25,000 ballots coming back in the mail and how many were voted illegally. Now, I know the other side, their belief system, their morality is the means, the ends justifies the means. So the end is control. So they'll lie, cheat, and steal to get whatever they want. We don't. We have a conscience, and plus we'll get thrown in jail if we get caught, and they won't. We know how that works in the United States of America now. You see that with the Jan 6 guys and other people, President Trump. So we want a remedy now, and it's not really a remedy, the hand count, because there could be a lot of fake ballots in there, people that didn't, that weren't legally voting. But at least we're having them, but the left is afraid of that. They're scared to death of that. They harassed poor little Lily, only off by 15 votes. And it should be a free automatic recount too. You guys can do it. You guys can say, okay, we'll certify later. But before that, we want just a hand recount. Real simple. There's a lot of volunteers here that'll do that for you. And you can also say, this is what I prefer you say, well, let's do an election redo because this whole thing was incompetent and we really need a new registrar of voters and definitely a new county manager. The buck stops here. We need some competent people running this show.
Marie Rodriguez, followed by Bob Blackstock.
Marie Rodriguez, for the record. It kind of broke my heart to hear the woman that said that she just came here from China because my father moved to this country from Mexico looking for a better life, which thankfully he found. And he was a legal resident for years, and I remember it was close to his 64th birthday when he finally became a citizen. But he spent all that time not being able to vote because he delayed his citizenship for so long. But thankfully, he gave my brothers and sisters and myself an opportunity to have a voice when it comes to voting. Something that happened earlier made me want to kind of bring this point up. First of all, yes, I have read the Constitution, the entirety of it, in college. I probably read it in high school, but forgot it. And I actually can say that I know this country. As a truck driver, I've driven over 1 million miles, 1 million American miles, having traveled to all of the lower 48 states as a truck driver. And for our 40th anniversary, my husband and I went to Alaska, and earlier this year we went to Hawaii, so I have been to all 50 of our states. I can say I know my country. And yes, the First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. However, the Attorney General's open meeting law manual does say, it is also settled law that reasonably rules and regulations during public meeting ensure orderly conduct of a public meeting and ensure orderly behavior on the part of those persons attending the meeting. Public bodies may adopt reasonable restrictions, including limited times on individual comment, but the AB 59 requires that these comments be clearly expressed on each agenda, which they are. I'm glad they mentioned somebody in law enforcement because NRS also says at 203.090 that every person who without authority of law shall willfully disturb any assembly or meeting not unlawful in its character shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. You guys deserve to have us behave ourselves and be peaceable. And you have shown such grace in putting up with some of what I've seen here today. And I would like to vote that the recount be certified today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Blackstone, followed by Kelly Stevens.
Yeah, that's Bob Blackstock. Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Bob Blackstock. My wife and I live in West Reno. We've been married for over 30 wonderful years, and it's been quite eventful. So to give you a better idea of my message today, let me take you through some of my background. I grew up on a cattle ranch in Oklahoma. At 5 square miles, it was large enough that the local National Guard conducted maneuvers on it. Yes, I know how to ride a horse. I know how to round up cattle. I've bucked bales of hay. I started driving tractors and trucks at a young age. I know how to shoot a gun. And indeed, I used to load my own shotgun shells so we can go hunting. I'm offering this to you to let you know that I'm no Thurston Howell III. I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I've gotten here to your fine city through a tremendous amount of personal grit and determination. Indeed, early in my career, I was a roughneck on a drilling rig in western Oklahoma. We were drilling for natural gas at 12,000 feet. That's one of the most dangerous jobs in the country. I'm sure you've seen the video clips of the 2 guys on the rig floor handling drill pipe and working with large tools that are used to put together the drill string. That was me mud-caked and sloppy with sweat in the 100-degree temperature. My boss almost lost his life when a car-sized high-pressure pump blew up in front of us as we worked on it. It sent him to the hospital. I still have scars on my arms from the scalding hot drilling mud that hit us. I had nightmares for years after that. We both quit the business after that. I love America. I've lived in many places across the country, and I have good friends from coast to coast. I believe in democracy. I love America, and I believe it's possible to have a good government. Quality doesn't come for free. As an engineer, I know quite well that it's much easier to tear something down than to build it up. That said, we are here today to do the business of Washoe County. So let me get to that now. I'm confident that the results provided by the registrar accurately reflect the will of the voters in this election. Thank you, Carrie Ann Burgess, for your most excellent work. There are several people here in this audience who want the commission to vote to certify the results of this election. I would like them to stand so you can see who they are. Finally, please vote yes to approve the recount of the vote for the 2024 primary election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Stevens, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Hi again. This is the last thing I wanted to do again today, but I'm compelled to do so, and here's why. So you all were told by Cindy Martinez up there and by Buddy Miller that there was nothing egregious that happened during this recount, and there was. They weren't even there, and neither of you were. None of you were there. I was there for all 3 days, being filmed by your campaign managers. And when I say he's on payroll, here's what that means. He works for an outfit connected to UNR that is an advocate for illegals coming into your sanctuary cities to get not voter IDs, but to be able to vote so you can steal. That's why you didn't do a hand recount. It's not incompetence, it's intentional. We know it. So you're sitting here talking about legislation, Andriola? No. Doesn't work. That's not gonna fly. You guys violated $150,000 for a hand count. Here's what else Buddy Miller, who propounds he's an attorney and therefore should be trusted. No, not at all. He lied to you. He said he witnessed nothing on day one. He didn't tell you that half the time he was there, he was out in the hallway talking to your media guy, giving an interview. He wasn't observing. He wasn't the one on film, being filmed by Riley, being harassed by Riley and by your 3-day crew back to back to back that you guys paid for. Here's the other thing he didn't tell you. Carrie Ann Burgess was barely in the back of the processing center the entire time. You know who ran it? Addie. Addie, her employee, ran the recount. None of you were there. And you're sitting here saying to us, those people who observed for 3 days, who were harassed by security, who were put on film, who were live streamed and mocked by the DA, Canderas, for 3 days, they're gonna mind their P's and Q's now. You guys weren't there, we are. And you're saying nothing happened? Here's on day 3. You guys went from 30-some people who were counting the ballots and doing adjudication and scanning. Then you ran it down to a skeleton crew for the last 2 days. The ballot machines weren't even working. The scanners, the ballots were left unattended. And you guys say nothing was wrong? And you guys say certify? No, not acceptable.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Sherry Powell.
Victoria Meyer here. Please put my comments on the record. Good afternoon, I think it is. First, I want to address the idea that you have to go to Carson City to the legislature. Well, I think you're commissioned here today to vote. And unless I'm mistaken, you can vote yes or you can vote no. Is that correct? Or must you vote yes to certify? Is there a law that says you must vote to certify? I'm speaking to the comments of Commissioner Andriola, who in her comments stated that this is all needs to be fixed at the legislature, and that's true. And you have a choice today, I think. Do you? Do you have a choice? It's yes or it's no. And if it's no, this process can move apparently to let a court decide. Somebody paid Mr. Beatles for 3 different recounts. Why can't we do a hand count? What is it that you're afraid of? What is an election certification? What are you voting on today? Election certification refers to the process of election officials, attesting that the tabulation and canvassing of the election are complete and accurate, and that the election results are a true and accurate accounting of all votes cast in a particular election. Do we know that? Do we know that it's been accurate? I wasn't there for the recount, but apparently several people here were actually there and observed the entire time, and there are problems. Especially when I hear that in the tabulation room there was somebody walking in with a thumb drive, that machine that's not supposed to be connected to the internet, but it is, but it isn't because it's protected by a Homeland Security device. So I would encourage you to give us an opportunity today. Give our county an opportunity. Let's vote no on the recertification, on the certification, and try and get this thing hand counted. You know, we've come here for so many years now, and school board, same thing. We get the same looks. I don't even know if you guys are really listening to anything we say or if you even care. It really doesn't feel like you do. And sooner or later, in this county and in this country, you know, you're pushing elements of our society and, you know, in a direction that no American wants to go. We just want to be heard. We just do the count, prove us wrong.
Sherry Powell, followed by Penny Brock.
Ms. Chair, just accommodation first, please. I know that you were bothered by the F word. I am not a germaphobe, but I have anxiety on the fact that shoes were placed on this table, hands were stuck into the shoes, and then the mic was grabbed. I find that absolutely gross, and I would hope that somebody would clean this up, because every person who touched this after that, it just grossed me out. So I'm not going to touch the mic to adjust it. With that being said, Mr. Beatles is new to this community. I will go back to an election. I'm pretty sure that there has been an election integrity commission created by the governor, and a couple of individuals from this county are sitting on it. The first time I approached that individual was when my son was going to Afghanistan, and there were 592 soldiers up at Stead, which everybody I hope knows where that is, who did not get to vote. Unfortunately, for the governor at that time, which was Brian Sandoval, I do believe he's heading up the commission, was in my precinct. I was livid. When our elections were over, I went right up to him and told him, do you know that you have 592 soldiers who are going to Afghanistan? They were breaking for Fort Hood. Hate to break that, but those guys have earned the right to vote more than anyone sitting up here, and that is just a fact. And you know what he said to me? Wow, Sherry, I didn't know. And you know what? He sent his administrative assistants, without the assistance of the legislature or anybody else, his administrative assistant, which at the time was Heidi Gansert, to remedy it. He didn't go through the legislature. He didn't check nothing out. He had her go to the Secretary of State, which at that time was Ross Miller. I'm sure Mr. Beatles doesn't know who that is either, because he didn't even move here at that time. But the bottom line is, obviously, there's a problem. There's a problem, or they wouldn't establish an elections integrity group. And by a governor who had an 85% approval rating. And he wasn't afraid to go check out the ballots or make sure that everybody got to vote, and he didn't go through the legislature at all. So I would suggest that maybe all of you guys should go ask the current governor to look into it, because I would probably say he wouldn't have a problem either. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Penny Brock, followed by Robert Beatles.
Penny Brock for the record. I come before you at most every meeting. Freedom's in my DNA. My great-great-grandfather marched behind George Washington in the Revolutionary War. My family fought in the Civil War on the side of the North, won freedom for the black slaves. My late husband served in the Air Force. He gave his life. His cancer and death were caused by the ionizing radiation. He had gone to West Point. He strongly believed in our Constitution. He believed in the right to vote. And right now, what I'm saying, I dedicate to him. What we have in Washoe County is a selection, not an election. Powers that be are selecting who will win. This is wrong. The Heritage Foundation has said that Nevada ranks number 50 for worst elections in America. In January, one of the national media printed an article. They're monitoring 6 counties in America that will determine the outcome of the national election. Washoe County is one of the 6. Can you believe that? We're that important? What they say of Washoe County is we're the swingiest county of all the other 5. Do I think that you're going to give us a new election? No. Do I think that you're going to vote no to certify this election? I doubt it. But I would ask you to please consider voting not to certify this election. What will it really mean if you vote no? Nothing. But what it might do is restore some confidence to the people of Washoe County. You've heard all the evidence, and it is evidence. It's not hearsay or anything else. It's actual evidence. You've heard the evidence that this recount should not be certified and why. So I would ask you to please vote no, because at least you will show the people of Washoe County that you did hear some things even about the recount that are concerning to you. And it just might give hope to the voters of Washoe County that you listened, that you heard the hiccups. And so you voted no to certify the recount. Thank you. Oh, one more thing.
Robert Beatles, followed by Pam Dar.
Good afternoon, Robert Beatles. Please put all my comments on the permanent record. Thanks. I just wanted to address a couple things really quick. I kept hearing about this 25,000 ballots that were returned. But what I don't hear anybody talking about is the 330,000 ballots that went out and only 80,000 got counted. Y'all should look into that a little bit. I also heard the commission up here talking about how they need legislation to do this or do that. And agreed, with things like voter ID, that absolutely requires legislation to do that. However, you can do things like, I don't know, not use machines, count by hand, vote, and report the votes and count the votes all at a precinct or district level right here in the county. Y'all have the power to do that. Yeah, you do. And if you need the statutes, so that way you can actually know what you're talking about, you can go right to Operation Sunlight, right at the top. It's called legit elections. And it'll tell you the statutes, so that way you don't have to say it's legislature when you actually can do it yourself. Now, I gave you two reports. One, I know people want to mock, the supercomputer, this artificial intelligence platform, ChatGPT. People use it for everything, to keep the lights on, to run businesses, you name it. And we just put a spreadsheet through it, which is your cast vote record that you certified under penalty of perjury as being true and correct. And it came back and said it's 100% manipulated. Then we gave it to some of the smartest mathematicians on the planet, just because, we don't want to just trust some computer, right? And God knows they're counting our votes too, right? So let's get some eyeballs and let's get some smart people to look at the same spreadsheet. And you know what? They came back and said, holy crap, this is about as rigged as it gets. No way does this happen. This is a 13.4 sigma event. And so if you don't know what a 5 sigma event is, that's like how they found the God particle. So it's like a 1 in 3.5 million chance of it happening. This is like finding one atom in 100 quadrillion glasses of water chances of being a legit election. You have those reports in front of you. There's no reason why you have to vote yes right now. If you clearly look up, I've heard all these fake scholars and legal professionals, they're saying, oh, you have to vote yes. No, you don't. Right there, NRS 293.387, NAC 293.365. You know what it doesn't say? It doesn't say you have to vote yes. It just says you have to meet, canvass, and discuss this. You don't have to vote yes. You don't have to vote no, even if you didn't want to. But here's the thing. You do have a duty to investigate. And I've given you guys enough evidence right there that you guys should hit pause, do your duty, give it to a couple smart people just to prove me nuts. Have fun. Go crazy with it. Show me that I'm insane. Show us these smart mathematicians are insane. Show us ChatGPT is crap. Take it to these smart people while you hit pause on this and go see if your elections are as legit as you guys are up here about to, certify yet again when, of course, they're the furthest thing from legit. So do your job.
Pam Dar.
Hello again, Pam Dar. Thank you for letting me be here, Chair and Commissioners. I don't like attacking people. I do know a lot of people work really hard on these elections, and they're important. Everybody needs the right to, vote and make it as pleasant as possible. And I work the elections, and I make sure that happens wherever I have the power. But I expect you, the commissioners, to make sure the people that do show up to vote have the right to vote, and that the ones that you receive here at the county are correct. You have more power that I don't see being used. You need to use it. We love this country. Right now we have one branch ignoring another branch. We're starting to fall apart as a country. And I think it's because things have gone haywire. You're not doing everything you can do. the voter rolls were not clean. A ton of them came back. That tells me you guys didn't do your job. That should have been cleaned. I heard complaints working the elections about glitches. People get fed up with them. And I shouldn't have to be beat up like that, but I try to at least let them leave, feel confident and happy they had a right to exercise their voice. That's what I can do. And believe me, there were long hours. I had a sick husband, I had a neighbor with a dog barking at the night, I barely could sleep. But I do it because I love our country. I stepped up a lot, 14 and a half days straight, worked my tail off. I expect the same from you. I heard suggestions from one commissioner about ways to clean the voter rolls. I don't see it on the agenda. About matching it up with the assessors. Whatever can be done. You got the tools. And I know the people in the ROV worked their tails off too. They're wonderful. They had me do a workshop. We worked on forms for people to fill them out, so I was very comfortable doing that during my job. We've had exercises with the machines, setting them up. And we worked together with all different parties, making it happen at a polling location. Do more. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now bringing it back to the Board of County Commissioners, are there any questions or comments before we entertain a motion? It looks like Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank everybody in this room for coming here, because that's what I come here for, is to listen to you. And the more of you that show up and I hear the more from you, I learn more. And I have kind of a record of not approving the elections, because one of the main reasons I became a commissioner was because I was unhappy with the way our elections were going. I just, again, thank you all for being here, because it's your voice that I hear. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few comments, of course. You know, I want to talk about, in the past, I wanted to make a presentation here to the county with a thumb drive, and the head of IT for the county wouldn't allow me, a sitting commissioner, to use a thumb drive showing some TV interviews that I wanted to share with the county. So I found out that it's forbidden for anybody in the public to come up or anybody else to use a thumb drive here in this chambers and other places in the county. So I find it odd that that same rule seems to be overlooked in the Registrar of Voters. We saw it on a tape this morning on somebody's phone, somebody plugging in a thumb drive, flash drive. I'm looking now at a election integrity violation report that was talked about here at the meeting. I've got a copy of it. All the other commissioners do now as well. So now we've got a written complaint about thumb drives. We saw it with our own eyes. We know that the county won't let you or I put a thumb drive in their system here. Why does it happen over there? You know, it's just, this is me talking now. Blah, 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 blah. Every time you try and give somebody a good reason why this is wrong, it just goes in one ear and out the other. As far as the other commissioners, in my opinion, have this. So what? Talk till the meeting's over, and we're going to vote the way we're going to vote. We don't care what you have to say about it. And, you know, election violation, integrity violation report has been filed. We saw it. We hear about the ballots. We hear about the things that are wrong. We hear hundreds of things wrong. And then we've got the other side. We've got to reach out to them, to the folks that are standing here and coming up and making the comments. All of them are talking about their feelings. I'd like to know about personal knowledge. Do any of these folks that say, you've got to do this, you've got to do this, you've got to do this, I agree, everyone has an opinion, everyone has a right to opinion, but everybody doesn't have the right to their own facts. So the fellow from Oklahoma who knows how to work on oil wells and shoot guns, did he have any personal knowledge of what took place there? Were you in there observing? How do you know that? And I'm just picking on you. Anybody who says we should do this, tell me about your personal knowledge. I'm telling you about my personal knowledge when I say I didn't get a ballot. I'm telling you about my personal knowledge when I see somebody from another country, who lives in another country, continuing to get a ballot. I'm giving you personal knowledge based on what the Registrar of Voters said, that 25,000 ballots were returned. I just hear now from another spokesperson, Mr. Beatles, talking about 300,000 ballots were sent out here. 330,000 ballots sent out here, and only 80,000 of them came back. Well, what happened to the rest of them? Well, I mean, does that show you that, again, I'm going to harp on what I always harp on, the voter rolls. Unless there's clean voter rolls, none of the rest of this stuff is has a foundational basis for anything. If we don't have a good foundation, what do we have? Somebody else, Pam, brought this up. I mean, the county has the ability through other departments. The treasurer has roles. The clerk has roles. The assessor has roles. The medical examiner knows who's passed away. You know, we know which properties are commercial properties. We know that commercial properties shouldn't be getting ballots. So there's so many ways to tighten this up without a lot of expense. And I've been harping about this for 3 or 4 or 5 years now. Nobody wants to do anything about it, so here we are, same old show. It never is going to change. It's not going to change until we get some new leadership in this county. That's when it's going to change. We've got an election coming up in November, and I hope you all recognize that, and let's get somebody here who wants to listen to the people. Thank you.
Any other board comments? DA Edwards, if you could just, set the stage here and remind the board what we are doing today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You are canvassing the vote today. This is 293.387, a statutory duty of the board. There's been a lot of talk about whether this is ministerial or not ministerial or discretionary. I don't think that really answers the question if you put a label one way or the other on it, because it has elements of both within the statute. But what I do think you have a duty to do, A, is canvass the vote, and B, to decide what the true results of the election are based on the evidence that you've been presented. So you don't have a duty to vote yes or no on a particular motion. Somebody could say, I move, for example, to certify this as the true results. Maybe you don't agree with that. You think the evidence shows that someone else won the election and that's the true results. So you don't have to vote yes on that. You don't have to vote no. You vote your conscience. I tell you guys that a lot, and I think that's what you do here today. You vote your conscience. But what you are doing today is voting to say, as a board, by majority vote, what the true results of this election are based on the information that you have been provided. That's what you're doing today.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments on that information? I'm not seeing any. Commissioner Andriola.
If the motion doesn't carry, what is the next step? What happens?
Well, it's interesting. I posed a question like that in a meeting one time with Secretary of State's people. I said, so what happens in that situation? And the response was, that's a really good question. So it's a little bit of uncharted water in that situation. But I go back to what I just said. The board does have a duty to canvass. You have a duty to do that by the 10th, on the 10th day after the election. Once that happens, it goes to the Secretary of State, and in a primary, which is what we're dealing with right now, the Secretary of State then takes the abstract from the certification and sends that to the county clerk. And the county clerk, once they get that, issues the certificates of election. So what I would anticipate happening, and there's no way to avoid a little bit of sort of guesswork on this, but this is my best estimation based on what I've read in the statutes and the different precedents and things like that. What I expect would happen would be either the Secretary of State would note that there was no action by the county commission by its 10-day deadline, and therefore the ball is moved to their court, and they will make their decision based on the information in the record here that's in front of the county commission. And if the Secretary of State, for some reason, didn't act at that point, I would anticipate that one of the candidates would probably file a writ petition with the district court asking for a writ of mandate, ordering the certificates of election to be issued. And if I were in that type of situation, I think the court would probably be inclined to grant that type of mandate. But that's 2-3 steps down the road, and as I said, uncharted territory. So whether or not that's the exact path that would go, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think that what would happen is the ball would move to the Secretary of State's court, and I think the Secretary of State would probably then step in and act where the county commission did not. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Yeah, can I have a follow-up, please?
Yes.
So asking for a hand count, is that a legal option to exercise that request?
So you've had comments today about hand counts. Hand counts are allowed. There is I'll call it an onerous regulation from the Secretary of State's office on how you have to go about doing that, and that would have to be done before the election. Once the election is done using a mechanized counting process, the recount has to be done in the same manner that it was tabulated during the original vote. So no, at this point, you're not allowed to just change horses in the middle of the ride, so to speak, and move to a different method of counting. That's part of the recount statute, and that is something that you're deemed to have made your choice as a board in that. So there was no hand count done for the original, so the recount, in our view, needs to be done in the same manner as the original.
So just to repeat in a shorter way, a hand count request for this recount is not viable. It's not
No, in my opinion, and we've looked this over quite a bit within the office. There's actually active litigation going on this point about whether it has to be a hand recount or whether it has to be the same method that was used in the original. The statute is written in a certain way that opened the door to that argument. That is pending before the court right now. But as we see it right now, unless a court comes out and says otherwise, then it needs to be done in the same manner that the original election was done. Going forward, could the county opt for different methods of counting? Yes, but that would have to be in compliance with the Secretary of State's regulations. As it stands right now, it was mechanized counting.
Thanks. And so in terms of your point of conscience, that's a pretty broad legal term. And so information that has been presented, not only today, but via email and other correspondence that many of us have probably received, doesn't have an investigative component to it that I can see. Are you aware of any investigative component to some of these points in terms of not only the which was just handed today, the report that was submitted in terms of a proposed or alleged violation, but also just various components of concern of not having the election comply with law?
So when you make decisions as a board, and I'm going to use an analogy to other contexts to give you some guidance here. When you make decisions as a board, typically what the courts say is you need to rely on substantial evidence in the record. And what is substantial evidence? Well, the Supreme Court, our Supreme Court, Nevada's that is, has defined substantial evidence to mean facts and evidence in the record that a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. Okay? That's what the Nevada Supreme Court has said substantial evidence means in the law in Nevada. So to apply that to this situation, what you are doing is deciding whether or not the information you have received is information that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. If it's yes, then you, in my view, can take that action. If you don't think it is, if it's not a reasonable conclusion based on the information, then I would say you would be led to vote no.
And the ROV has compliance responsibility to ensure that every I was dotted and T was crossed, if you will, And so just to be clear, it's my understanding that the ROV or the interim ROV has actually certified before coming to this body to canvass the vote that Ms. Burgess has actually certified that all of the processes that are legally responsible have been adhered to. Is that correct?
That was my understanding of Ms. Burgess's statement at the podium today. I believe she used a phrase, something like, there were no errors, that they verified that when they did the recount. So that's coming from the ROV's office. So that's part of your record.
So the information that's been provided today, and as I mentioned earlier in various other ways, there isn't anything to substantiate that before taking this vote.
That's for you to decide.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments or questions from the board? I'm not seeing any. I am looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, before I make my motion, I just wanted to piggyback off of what Vice Chair Herman said, thanking everybody for coming here today, for your emails. I wanted to also express thanks to the candidates who had the courage to put their name on a ballot this year, and to our poll workers, Ms. Burgess and her team, everybody in the ROV. I was reflecting earlier today, we had the Palomino Valley GID recall, the primary election, last week's recount. We're in the process of daily operations along with mock elections. There's a lot going on right now, and I just wanted to say thank you again to your team. And with that, I'd like to move to approve the proposed Washoe County Board of County Commissioners Declaration Canvass of Recount and order.
Thank you. I will second that. Any questions on the motion from the board? I'm not seeing any.
I have one item that I'd like to add to the record, Madam
Okay.
Chair. This is regarding multiple calls for recusal from Commissioner Andriola and you, Madam Chair, based on the fact that you were in this election. We've opined, and that this came out when this first was brought up, we opined that you do not need to recuse. There's been a lot of news coverage on that of late, but I do want to put on the record that in our opinion, as the statutory legal counsel for the board, we do not think that you need to recuse. I do understand the arguments and I do understand the points that have been made, but the competing interests here under Chapter 281A, which is the ethics chapter, evidence and intent by the legislature that officials carry out the duties that they are elected to carry out. That's the core of our republic form of government, our representative democracy. That is the core of it, that the people that you elect go and then have their voice on the decisions. We think that policy outweighs countervailing policies here. And I want to add also to the record that in Chapter 293, there's an interesting provision. It's 293, I think it's in 293-404. And in 293-404, it talks about a counting board that the ROV puts together after a recount has been requested. And so when they count votes, they have a counting board. And at times, the chair of the county commission or another county commissioner can be on that counting board. It's not required, but that can in some situations happen. That did not happen in this case. Neither you nor Commissioner Andriola were on the counting board. But what's interesting about it is that it goes on to say in that section that if you were in that election, if you're one of the candidates, you cannot be on the counting board. And so now I'm going to introduce a concept that we learn in law school called, it's a little bit of Latin real quick for you, it's called expressio unius est exclusio alterius. And what that means is the expression of one thing implies the exclusion of things that are not expressed. So what that tells us in 293-404 is that when the legislature wants to say you can't participate in this process, these election processes, they know how to say it, and they will say it. They did not say it with respect to canvassing the vote. And what that tells us by implication using that statutory interpretive maxim, which courts follow in the state of Nevada as well as all over the country, is that they did not intend that you recuse yourself from the canvass of the vote, even though you may be a candidate in the election as well. The results would be rather drastic because in some years, for example, there could be 3 out of 5 county commissioners not able to participate in the canvass. And that means the 2 commissioners from those 2 districts would speak for the entirety of the county on that issue. And that, to us as well, runs afoul of what we believe the spirit or the intent of those statutory provisions is. So I want to put that on the record because I know that's been a hot topic. I know that's come up, and there is a little bit of sort of untested aspect to it in the law, but that is our opinion as legal counsel.
Thank you, DA Edwards. We appreciate that. Any other questions on the
Madam Chair?
motion, Commissioner Andriolo?
I really appreciate your taking the time to go over everything that you've gone over, because I think it helps for everyone in terms of transparency to understand the parameters to which we are required to act. But I will say that I am also appreciative of the interim RV, all of the staff, all of the volunteers, everyone who really worked, I believe, Ms. Starr, her tail off to really devote a lot of time and energy to the most important thing that creates our democracy. But given the fact that Mr. Edwards, cleared some information in terms of our legal responsibility, there's a lot of information that has been shared that, in my opinion, warrants further investigation, which is why I asked the question. And this is not a reflection of the interim ROV certifying the vote. It's not a reflection of anything intentional. I am not an election denier. I have a strong technology background, and yes, some of the things can be discussed, but the reality is that there is recourse. There is recourse legally that if you, whatever it might be, don't agree with whatever the outcome is, that you can take it to the proper judicial body or governing body, could be the Secretary of State, depending on the situation. But I do think, given the fact that we have, it's not the first time that we've heard a lot of concerns of procedures, a lot of concerns of alleged mishaps, I think, have been a term that's been used a lot, or hiccups, I think was the term. And so given that, I am not going to certify the vote. I believe that it warrants further investigation, and hearing Mr. Edwards may give this that opportunity. And so I'm basing my vote on the fact that you use the word conscience, and the fact that we have had not just today, but an ongoing concern. There has to be trust. I am not changing what I said earlier. There are things that have to change at the legislature. There are things that were said at public comment saying that we can do this and do that. Yes, you can, but you still have to use a machine. That's why I had Mr. Kempf come here. You can't just, some of the things that are being requested truly have to be changed in law. But it does give one pause on having a lot of information come forward that warrants further research and clear clarification, which is why I asked what happens if the vote does not move forward with the certification process. And so my understanding is it will go back to the Secretary of State. That will go through a process that may end up in legal, in a judicial review, in a legal court of law. That way, many of the concerns can actually have the time and attention that need to be placed to build back the trust. But at the same time, I'm going to encourage everyone to please put your energy at the legislature. And I guess enough on that. But I just want, especially the interim ROV, especially all the staff, especially all the voters, to know that my vote of not certifying this is not against anything that you all did. It's really to look at the investigative part of the allegations that in this case, one has formally been filed, and I don't know how many other have formally been filed. And I think that is the conscience that needs to be, in my opinion, that's my responsibility. It creates doubt. And that's what we heard for however many hours we've been here. So I really appreciate, again, the clarification. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Garcia and a second by me. Any other questions or comments on this motion today? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it looks like it is a 2-3 vote. The motion fails. And we will now move to our final public comment of the day. If, Madam Clerk, if you could, or excuse me, Manager Brown, if you could please read that into the record.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. So that vote failed. The preference in the rules of procedure and open meeting law is for there to be an affirmative vote to take action on. So I would say that what you should do now is ask if there's another motion to be made.
Okay. Is there another motion to be made on the canvas of the vote?
The yes vote failed. So what I'm saying is the people who voted no, what you should do is proffer a motion to vote no, and then to have the vote taken on that. So that's the official record.
I just wanted to clarify. That's how I understood it. So I'll make a motion to not certify the canvas of the vote for the recount as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Andriola and a second by Commissioner Clark. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Nay. And the motion passes 3-2, and it looks like Commissioner Andriola, Vice Chair Herman, and Commissioner Clark voted not to certify the recount. So we will now move on to item 6, which is public comment. Manager Brown.
Item 6 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items. With comment limited to 3 minutes per person, comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Cheryl Collins, followed by Susan Van Ness. Cheryl Collins.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Collins, and I moved here from the D.C. area, Fairfax County, Virginia, after retiring. And I listened to some comments here today, and I just wanted to speak on it. Someone was saying that Democrats were election deniers in 2016. And I wanted to say about the 2000 election, well, that ended up in Florida. And then we had Bush versus Gore, and we had the governor of Florida who ran up to the Supreme Court to stop the counting of the vote. But even after that happened, what did Bill Clinton, the current president, do? He did not say to Al Gore, do not certify the electoral votes. Bill Clinton did not decide that he was not going to allow a peaceful transfer of power. And Al Gore, he conceded. He did what was best for our country, putting country over party. Now, I did not see that happen in our 2020 election. Mm-hmm. And it was, and everybody has a right, if they figure that something is not right, there is a course, like you guys have done today. And then President Trump, he did go and he had court cases. He had over like 60 court cases, and then it was denied. So that was his course of action. But then that was not enough. He wanted Mike Pence to not certify the election, and Mike Pence did what his constitutional job, and he did certify, because there was nothing that was in the Constitution for him to do. And now, nobody wants to talk about the big elephant that's in Florida now, but he is in the room here today. And he's not only in people's mind, but he's in people's heart as well. And that's Donald Trump, who told the big lie that he won the election. And then we had to have January 6th. I am a veteran. I love this country. I swore an oath to defend this country against foreign and domestic enemies, and also to protect our Constitution. I would have died for this country, my country. I love America. We're the best.
Thank you.
Susan Van Ness, followed by Marie Rodriguez. Susan Van Ness.
Well, my comment, Susan Van Ness, for the record, please put my statement on the public record. What I was going to say, everything got changed, so I'm just going to read it. Suggestions being made by the commission, such as having the state legislature pass a law allowing a county of Nevada to do an automatic recount in close races, are nothing more than bait and switch. Counties have a certain degree of autonomy, which Washoe County doesn't need the state's permission to do a recount. The suggestion that it does implies that the legislature operates from a command and control position, which is de facto communism. We operate under a legal system where what isn't implicitly denied is allowed, not what isn't allowed is implicitly denied. At worst, it could be argued that a recount by hand conducted without the state's permission would be an unofficial result. However, if doing a recount by hand is the best interest of the Washoe County and its residents, then a recount should be done by hand. The question we have to ask ourselves is, having a hand count conducted in the best interest of Washoe County? Yes, because the perception of free and fair elections is nearly as important as having truly transparent free and fair elections. The Board of County Commission does not need to ask the state legislator for permission to be transparent. You don't have to ask them. To imply otherwise, which means that this board is fully aware that it's not being transparent. So that was before I saw the vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marie Rodriguez, followed by Cindy Martinez.
I was Marie Rodriguez, for the record. I've lived in Reno and Washoe County since 2000. I'm not young anymore. But when I became old enough to vote, I was living in South Texas. And one of the things that was happening at the time that I was old enough to vote, I remember watching political ads and listening to some of the political campaigns. And having been raised, like a lot of the people here, I was raised Christian, I found the behavior very unchristlike. They were flat out mean, a lot of the campaigns. And I saw that during this last primary. Calling, and he's not even my city councilman, but calling Devin Reese drag queen Devin. She's not even my school board person, but calling Beth Smith articles referring to her as Death Smith and making fun of her illness is just not nice. It's wrong. But this is politics. And nobody said politics was nice, and nobody said life was fair, and people can be mean. But as I've gotten older, it's been more important to me because the young people today and the people going into office today are going to make decisions about my life when I might not be as capable of making my own decisions. And I do want to thank Commissioner Clark one time when I put in for the airport board because I wanted to be more involved in local politics, encouraging me when I didn't make the board. And because of him, I applied for the library board, which I also didn't make. But he's encouraged me to not give up. And Commissioner Andriola, I very much respect your questions during this process, giving the great advice of going to legislature. If I were running for office and I had lost by 15 votes, I would hope that we had a state that did automatic voting, which it doesn't. So I do think it's a good idea that maybe Nevada should do that, but I know it can't be done here. It has to be done at legislature when you have those very close votes. And so I don't expect the board to be able to do anything about it. It needs to be done at legislature. But just going on from what I said earlier, you have no reason to be enduring misbehavior here, profanity, or angry outbursts. It should be a place of respect when we are trying to make law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Robin Lovelace.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Again, for the record, my name is Cindy Martinez, and I appreciate your forbearance in listening to the citizens and their concerns. And I know that staff has many other things that they need to be attended to, so I also appreciate their patience in their work here. The business of self-governance in a representative democracy is not solely the responsibility of the people that we entrust with governance. I, as a citizen, have a responsibility to ensure that my participation, my representation, is preserved and intact. And this, what I have here is a folder of just the past 3 years of election process. I've voted here in Washoe County for 30 years. I have never once had a problem with my ballot, with my sample ballot, with my registration, my appearance or reflection of how my vote was recorded. I think we had a couple of glitches in the last couple cycles that I called and I asked about, and it was adequately explained to my satisfaction. It seems to me that citizens have a responsibility to pay attention to their own voting record. About the 25,000 returned ballots, I happened to be in the ROV a few weeks ago, and I saw buckets or those post office trays full of ballots that had been returned. They were sealed, they were segregated, they were secured, which told me that the process to weed out inactive voters was intact and operating as it was supposed to be. They weren't open, they weren't voted. So I think that voters have a duty to attend to protect their right to vote. It's not solely your responsibility. It isn't. 330 ballots, 30,000 ballots that were reportedly mailed and reported 80,000 voted. Where are the rest of the ballots? Those voters stayed home. For reasons varied and sundry, they stayed home. When my mother passed away 2 years ago yesterday, when her death certificate came in, my father and I went to the Los Angeles County ROV. We presented her death certificate. We asked them to remove her from the voter rolls. They gave us a paper proof that they removed her from the voter rolls. We took our responsibility as American citizens, responsible voters, to ensure that my mother's vote was not misappropriated. I encourage all citizens to take the initiative to protect their sacred right to vote and properly manage their own voter registration.
Thank you.
Robin Lovelace, followed by Stuart Handy.
Good afternoon. My name's Robin Lovelace, and I just want to bring up a few facts. In Argentina, the vote was hand counted, 99.9% of their 27 million paper ballots in 6 hours. On the Republican caucus, I personally worked the caucus. We had the results done in 2 hours in Washoe County. And one of the things, I've been an election worker and an election observer, and one thing I really liked, the ROV did a really great job, by the way. They supported us great. Everything went super good. I worked at North Valley's library. We had almost 1,000 people in the library, and we rocked it. I was proud of us, proud of our team. One thing I really liked too was when they picked up the ballots, they had a county employee, a Republican, and a Democrat. And I think one thing that we could do for election integrity is in the counting process, we should have the same kind of thing. Let's have the ROV counting it, but let's have everybody watching it, Democrats, Republicans, independents. So the transparency is there, and people are more likely to think that our elections are honest. You know, and I know that I've read stuff where there's precincts, you know, different things, and I can't pull up any evidence, but I would like the counting process to be as transparent as when the ballots were picked up by a Democrat, a Republican, and a worker. And they were transferred by the assistant manager and the manager, and all the paperwork went to the ROV. I really think we have a really good setup for our election, and it's just the counting process that we need to be more transparent. And I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Stuart Hanty, followed by Pam Dar.
Stuart Hanty, for the record, I'd like my comments posted and memorialized in this meeting. Why are all of you still here? Why? I've listened to portions of this meeting today, and it disgusts me. Disgusts me to the point that I felt necessary to come down here and take time out of my day, which, by the way, I believe your office got me unemployed with some other people. You have no excuse being in the profession you're in, and your boss is corrupt.
Please address your
I am
comments
addressing.
to the full
Don't
board,
interrupt
sir.
me one bit.
I can interrupt you,
No,
sir.
you can't. It's First Amendment right, okay? You put me up here,
Sir,
I'm talking. Pay attention
Please
to
don't
me.
disrupt the meeting.
I'm
Address your
disrupting the
comments to
meeting
full
because you don't
board.
like the tone of my voice, Ms. Hill? Too bad. Too bad. You're all reprehensible excuses of people. I've come here a couple times now to expose the corruption in this county, the #1 state in the country for child and human sex trafficking, the #1 city in the county, in the state, for human and sex trafficking. And what have you done? Zero. Zero. I was a retired law enforcement officer 30 years in this state. I take that with a grain of salt now because of what your office has done and others to destroy a person's life and cover up a homicide. Susan Hilligus was murdered. And what have you done about that? You could bring a federal agency in and investigate this. Zero. Done nothing. You've done nothing to help these people in this audience. So why do you stand up here and think you're doing a great job? You're not. You can't pull the wool over people's eyes anymore like you, Mr. Brown. You think you can, you can't. Time for you to do the right thing, ladies and gentlemen. Get off the stage, submit your resignation, and get people up here who care about the people of this county, this city, and this state. Because obviously, you don't. Because if you did, you'd be listening to the people who come up here and voice their concerns. I've listened to a lot of the people. In fact, I'm sitting next to a couple of them who have valid concerns, and yet nothing, crickets. Can you look yourselves in the mirrors every day, folks? Can you? And understand, I'm doing a great job while you watch people die and be hurt by retaliation and retribution by the cabal, not the good old boys club, the cabal that you work for, that you give paychecks for, commissioners, and that you're responsible for. But fear not, 1983 is coming.
Pam Dar, followed by Victoria Meyer.
I promise this is it.
Pam Dar, Chair, Commissioners, I'll make it really quick. Thank you. I hope we can put things on the agenda that you as a board can fix some of the issues that we have. Mike suggesting that the candidates check off, that everything looks okay before the sample ballot goes out, before the ballot goes out. That's a good idea. We like to make sure our names are spelled properly and it's in the right location. And you know, your ROV will be happy too, because they won't be taking any of the heat if there's any issues. I mean, if we can fix things here to make their job easier, because I think they're wonderful people. I've talked to them and they work their tails off. Why not? Also use whatever other branches of this county that can verify information. That would be great. I'm very concerned about the immigrants coming here and given paperwork to register to vote, if that's happening. That erases our votes easily. I don't want the world to decide what we need as a country. I want us as a country to decide what we need as a country. So I hope we can do something here. But I know a lot has to happen in the legislature. I get it. But there's things that you guys can do. You know, and I think we're not bad people. If we don't fit in a box, everybody says Democrat, Republican. I've worked the elections, and I hear opinions that, you know, because you were told they think this way. That's not true. We do have one thing in common. We love our country. I have a family member that doesn't like mass mail-in ballots, and she's from a party you would think wants it. I had a person come in front of me, show her ID, and say, I don't know why everybody doesn't show it. And she was from a party I didn't expect to hear that. You know, we need to work together, and we do not fit in a box, and there is solutions, and we have a great community. Like I said, we're a mixed bag of nuts. But I did talk to the Secretary of State office. So I've tried on my end, and I did ask about more transparency. I look at that fishbowl situation and the cameras, you can't see anything. And you know, there should be somebody that has to sign an agreement and be more meaningful observation, but have a certain decorum, behave a certain way. But have, you know, see what's happening. So people in the background are like seeing this USB drive. They don't know. They see this dropping off of materials. No one's answering questions, so there's doubt. I don't think anybody's doing it intentionally, but, you know, it's created by procedures that could be looked into and build trust with everybody. Stop dividing people. Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Robert Beatles.
Victoria Meyer, put my comments on the record. Thank you. We appreciate being heard on this issue, and I do hope, like Pam has mentioned and some others, that maybe you can move forward with some other initiatives on this upcoming election to make things more transparent, make us, the citizens who see these anomalies, you know, more comfortable. I also want to talk about library board appointment that's coming up. And I'm looking back here at the vote from September 19th of 23, when Ann Silver was seated. And I want to thank Commissioner Andriola for voting for more balanced votes. I have all the rounds of votes here, and Commissioner Herman as well. We have an upcoming appointment seat, I believe. I don't think you guys have picked anybody new yet, right? Did I miss? I was gone for a couple weeks after the election. We have 3 sitting LBOT members from District 1 and 2 in District 3. We need to balance that out and pick someone from Districts 4 and 5, and there's a lot of good people. I think it's still a lot of the same people on the list, so we are tracking votes. I appreciate when that appointment time comes up that you would please vote for more balance on that library board. It's kind of a mess over there. A lot of controversy, a lot of things in the newspaper that just aren't true. I'd like to get out some more photos from the latest Drag Queen Story Hour. The reporting that was done on that was totally inaccurate. I was there for both of them, and there were probably 5 kids, so I don't know what the 50 people is all about. And, you know, those people showed up 40 minutes after the story time was supposed to start, so I don't know if they all got called at the last minute. Hey, somebody's got to show up, come on. But it's not really a super popular event, and I don't know why our taxpayers are funding it. And my granddaughter and I were in there, and she got sick, had a fever actually of 102, and she was barred from leaving the library at North Valleys. She was prevented. I texted her grandfather, and he was waiting for her outside, and she was barred from leaving that facility because the doors are locked. That's unacceptable. You need to get new people on that board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Beatles, followed by Donald Fossum.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. If you could put my comments on the permanent record. First of all, thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. And thank you, Commissioner Andriola. I never thought those 2 words would come out of my mouth. But thank you. I appreciate it. It's actually quite good, I believe, that you guys hit the proverbial pause button on this so we can actually allow the courts to do their job and actually maybe rule on how these counts are being done and if they're being done properly and what constitutes a hand count, and especially when they're continually saying that they have to count the votes in the method in which they were cast, but the votes were cast in 6 different ways. 6. So I don't know if you guys take that into account or not, but that could be 6 different ways of counting them as well. So, and then some statements I heard out here where they talked about the voter rolls. I know Commissioner Clark has talked about Carson City, and when we send out 330,000 ballots and only 80,000 of them are voted, and then we hear stuff like, well, that's because people just stayed at home and didn't vote. I don't accept that. I think it's been about 3 years now. I gave the ROV then around 43 or 44,000 people who shouldn't have been on the rolls. And nothing ever happened with that. And then about 2 years ago, I dumbed it down even more, just using the NRS and using what Commissioner Clark says was 99% pristine, which were the tax records. So I took the tax records and I took the voter records and I married them side by side. And that showed about 11,400 people that, according to the NRS, cannot receive a ballot, nor can they vote from there. So in, I guess, the spirit of working together, it would be great if the next task you guys did was clean the voter rolls. These 11,000 people, according to the law, according to the statutes we keep quoting, they're not supposed to be receiving a ballot or voting from. So it'd be great if you guys would look into that. And just one last time, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Donald Fossum, followed by Sherry Powell.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, County Commissioners. I'm wearing a shirt today that says Urban Renewal Project, and I'm so glad that I leave here today with it being a county renewal project. I don't play fair. I've got pretty strong intuition. You said that very early on in this meeting today, Andrea. So that's what gave me a lot of hope. And I prayed that that would sustain to be the dominant force in today's meeting. Well, it was enough. I celebrate that we came in here today, and this is what I like about doing this developments with these as the program goes on. It tells me what keeps it current to the minute when I come up here. We came in here today as the top 10 of the worst spoilers. You had the opportunity to void us off of that list by just saying no. Thank you very much. You did it. So now they're not going to say that we are the absolute worst anymore. They're going to say what we better watch for. It might be really good. So what this today, my favorite saying here today from the podium was somebody said, would you please throw us a bone? This is much more than a bone and refreshing to all of our spirits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Powell, followed by Renee Resendez.
Still haven't wiped this down. Sherry Powell, Carson City, Nevada. Oh, and just a little comment. I'm also Absaluki, which is Native American for Crow. And if anybody wants to talk about discrimination or genocide, the gentleman who spoke earlier should know his culture. Nobody's been more discriminated or killed than Native Americans. That aside, I appreciate, Miss Andriola, your candor and your research. You asked for the facts, which I would appreciate everybody looking up. If not, maybe you can give Chris Hicks or Wes Duncan or Carl Hall a call, because a reasonable person does not play into it. Facts are things that you can see, touch, not reasonable. I am hoping that you guys will exercise the same judicial discretion that they did in 2010 when judges' ethics came into question on being an elected person and whether or not that election influenced their decision as judges. And 2010, they made a decision that it does not, as long as they feel that they can make a reasonable decision. That's where reasonable comes in, but I can save you some time. You can look up under Black's Law Dictionary the definition of facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Resendez.
Hello again, Renee Resendez. And I don't ask you to put it in the records all the time, but I'm assuming you do. Is that right? No one's going to answer me? Okay, put it in the record. I read a book a long time ago, and I'm trying to remember it. And as we, talk about our democracy, republic, story hour, all those things, I remembered something that I read, and I think this is true, that America is a feminine nation, and there's always a masculine nation that's waiting in the wings when they can take over a feminine country. And ancient Rome was feminine, and they became so engrossed with their pleasures and having fun, and just, it got to where they weren't paying attention anymore. And I think we're there in America. And we need to be careful because it can be taken down. I'm tired of them trying to neuter our children, neutering our men with all of this LGBTQ, whatever. I'm tired of that. We need our men. The feminine, I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared, but the feminine agendas out there that wanted to prove that we're better than men, whatever, it's failed. We need our men. And we need them to protect us. And that's one of their roles, God-given roles. So be careful of what we wish for, because ancient Rome went down and other countries went down because of the things that they engaged in. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move into item 7, Manager Brown.
Item 7 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager
I do not,
Brown?
Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman? Okay. Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything, Commissioner Andriola? And Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of items. When I asked for people to share their personal knowledge, I meant if they had personal knowledge of improprieties at the Registrar of Voters office. So when I talk about the 25,000 ballots that were returned, I wasn't suggesting anything nefarious took place with them. I'm looking at fiscal responsibility. How many of those 25, if they were incorrectly addressed or they're no longer there, they shouldn't be on the rolls. If we send out 300,000 ballots or 330,000 ballots, what if we have a 10 or 15 or 20% inaccuracy factor on the roll? So that's why I'm so focused on this is, you know, we've got election integrity is on one side of it, but fiscal responsibility is on the other side. It costs the county, it costs the taxpayers money to send out ballots that aren't going to where they need to be going. So that's the other side of this. This isn't just somebody sending in somebody's vote, a ballot, and forging their name or any of that kind of thing. It's fiscal responsibility. And I think it's a duty of the manager's office and a duty of the Registrar of Voters to clean up the rolls so we can save a little bit of money, so we don't just literally throw money out the window. So that's part of it. Next, I really want to find out about, DA Edwards brought it up. He gave us a little lesson in Latin today. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that with regards if a county commissioner can't be on a board that counts votes at the Registrar of Voters office, how come a political operative who runs political campaigns in the county, if it's true, is allowed to go in there with the camera and film things? I mean, this is talk about the fox watching the hen house. If you're a political operative and you try and get people elected and you're over there sniffing around in the Registrar of Voters office watching election counting being done and filming people there, I mean, if this isn't something that should be allowed, and also intimidating folks by filming them there. So I want to find out if this person is in fact employed in any way, shape, or form by the county. You know, we had discussions here, went on for months, that people have to come in and announce whether they're a lobbyist, announce who they're working for, and yet, lo and behold, if this lady's correct with her claim about Riley Sutton over sniffing around in the Registrar of Voters office, I'm concerned about that. I want him out of there. I don't want any political operatives in there. So I think that's a concern of everybody. And lastly, I want to thank Commissioner Andriola. This is real leadership. I really appreciate her standing up for the people. This is real leadership. Maybe this can be the epicenter of us getting some trust back with all the citizens in this county. And let's put this kind of stuff behind us and work on the real issues that we have instead of voter integrity. That should be one of the last things what we should be arguing over. Everybody should have a chance to vote. Everybody should have the opportunity to vote. Everyone should be franchised instead of disenfranchised. And let's have free and clean elections and let the chips fall where they may. But the stuff about somebody trying to take political advantage or alleged political advantage is not satisfactory with the citizens. Again, thank you, and I salute you, Commissioner Andriola, for leadership. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for a great meeting. It is 12:30 or 2:30, and we are adjourned.